Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to call the study session meeting of April 24, 2024 to order. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lamb. Here. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Mayor Carnevale.
Here. City Manager, are there any changes to the study session agenda?
I have no changes to the study session agenda, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Finance Advisory Committee interview. City Manager, can you please explain the interview process?
Yes, it's easier this time. We have one person interviewing, so we don't have to worry about putting them in order or anything like that. We do have one opening on the Finance Advisory Committee. We have one candidate who has completed the application process and is here to interview with you today. Questions were provided. You can follow those or substitute your own. And I think we're ready to proceed. Chip Yarborough is your candidate. So come on up to the podium, and the mayor will start things off.
Hey, Chip, or is it Louis? What do you prefer?
For you, either.
I like Louis. How you doing, Louis? I'm going to ask you a question here. Thank you for your interest in the Finance Advisory Committee. Please tell the council a little about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the committee.
Most of you know my story. I've lived in Cathedral City off and on since 2008. I retired in 2013 and then moved here full time. I worked in municipal government for 35 plus years. The majority of my career was with the City of Mountain View Police and Fire Department. In Mountain View is really where I kind of got my budgeting experience. I was a support services commander, which I managed basically all the civilian operations in the department, which included a $27 million budget. I worked for a very similar city manager, very fiscally conservative. So I learned early on that being fiscally conservative is a good way to run the government and to spend the taxpayers' money. After I left the City of Mountain View, I went to work as a director for the Heartland Communications Authority, and I was in charge of a much smaller budget of about $4 million. But both of those two agencies, I really learned municipal government budgeting. And after I retired, my previous police chief asked me to come to work for him at Apple. He became the director of security for Apple worldwide. When I went there, he gave me the budget. And to see how private industry, and I know Apple is kind of a unique individually company. But you can see the two differences. I learned a lot there also. And the reason that I'm interested in the Financial Advisory Board is I'm a strong supporter of our upcoming proposed tax increase. I believe that it's going to fund some very much needed programs in the city, especially with Parks and Rec. We have to find some alternatives for our youth in this community, and I believe that this will be a good way to do that. Obviously, I am a big supporter of public safety, and I would like to see that some of that money go towards increasing some of those services. And as part of that, one of the things that I found with a lot of people that I've talked to about the proposed tax increases, they question where the money's going to go. And I want to be one of those advocates who can reassure the residents that Charlie and his team are doing a great job in where that money is and where it's being spent to help carry that message out into the community.
Very impressive. Thank you, Chip. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hey Nancy, how are you?
I'm an 8,
Okay.
not perfect, but right up there. The Finance Advisory Committee only meets once a year. You're a super dynamic person. Is that going to be enough for you?
At this point in my life, yeah, I think so. As long as it's, Charlie is I should say, Mr. McClendon is very, very good at communicating, and I think if I have a question in between those meetings, he's always been very open and very good about responding with very transparent information. So I think with that and the once-a-year meeting, it would be sufficient.
And what will you do to prepare yourself to be ready for the next meeting when there's such big gaps?
Well, just follow the budgeting process, pay attention, look at the documents that are available through the website, the city council, as you're preparing the budget and putting it together.
Thank you, Mr. Yarborough.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Chip. One of the roles of the Finance Advisory Committee is to provide oversight on the funds raised through a city tax measure. Why do you think it's important to have such a citizen's oversight?
Well, I think I kind of alluded to that in kind of the first question is many of the people that I've talked to about the proposed tax increase, they're somewhat suspicious if that money is going to be used for the intended purposes. And I know it's kind of a broad use of that money. But what I want to do is to bring that message out to the community that it is being done correctly and it is being spent on those projects and it's not being diverted to the shiny object.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gregory.
Hi, Chip. Thank you so much for, again, being willing to help out here in the city. So my question is about the city's existing revenue. If you could kind of go over your understanding of where the city gets their revenue, and it kind of goes into what you're saying, some questions that come up when we talk about a tax measure, because some people seem to believe that there is plenty of revenue or the revenue that we have is not being used. So if you can kind of go over maybe a little bit of your understanding of the city's revenue and maybe some of the challenges with it, why it's not endless and boundless, and why we might be looking for new sources of revenue.
Sure. I'll try to answer that quickly. It's not it's a big question. But I mean, the city's their general fund money comes from tax. The car dealerships are a pretty big contributor to that fund. But one thing I think people don't understand about government is there's several different kinds of funds. As some people talk about, well, how come they can pave this road but they can't pave that road? And Some of that is through grant money. I think it's important people understand that, you know, if you're given a grant, then you have to spend that money on that. And, you know, questions came up about the Dream Homes Park and, you know, why would we spend money, why would we spend specific money on that park? And people need to understand that that was a grant, so that's where it had to be spent. It's not like you can divert that money to another place. You know, and governments, their revenue is kind of ebb and flow as the economy goes down or takes a downturn. Government doesn't realize that right away. It's usually maybe 2 to 4 quarters behind where the government starts to realize that their revenue share is down, and that's because the state is so slow to reimburse the city with the revenues. Let's see. There's other various ways the city makes revenue, but I think I answered the question kind of basic.
Councilmember Lamb.
Okay, got it, I hear it now. Thank you for, Chip, thank you for your willingness to step up to the plate and be part of this, because I think a citizens advocate group is so important as we move forward with all sorts of big projects that we have in mind. One of the city's challenges is that demand for services from the community often exceeds our ability to pay for such services. What suggestions do you have for us to meet that challenge? And you alluded to that in your first question. Thank you.
Right, and in government, it's not like the city is making widgets that they can go out and sell. So their product, you might say, is providing services to the citizens. And I believe that, you know, the city does a good job in meeting with the community to find out the priorities of what the community is looking for. And then that's kind of how they're setting their budget. And I think that's a great way to do that. And it shows that the city is listening. I think that you have to look outside of your box constantly and continually to find out if you're doing the best practice. And I can give you an example of that is, you know, if you have a service contract in the city to service the printers, well, just because you have the same company do it year after year after year, you shouldn't just do that. You should always look at, is this company giving us the best price? Can we save the taxpayer some money? And that's kind of like a quality assurance check, you might say. But I think the city does a good job in listening to its residents to find out what it is that their priorities are. You know, every day I drive down Landau, I basically just smile because that motor officer is sitting there working radar, and that is, you know, the police department listened, and the community wanted that, and they were tired of cars, you know, racing up and down the street. So I think those are a couple examples of how the city does a good job at prioritizing what it does.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chip, for participating in this interview process. Is there anything you'd like to add to the interview, or have you covered everything pretty well? Was there anything you'd like to add?
No, I just thank you for the opportunity to serve on a committee.
Okay.
So thanks.
Yeah, well, you're going to be first on the legislative item, so that'll probably be around 6 o'clock or something like that. You're welcome to come back or watch us with the thousands and thousands of other people on TV.
I think I will sit in my lounge chair
Okay.
and watch you from home.
All right,
All
sir.
right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any members of the public like to comment on this? Madam Clerk?
I don't have any request to speak forms for this item. If you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand. I
Thank
see no
you.
hands.
Item B, Cathedral City Police Department 2023 crime stats. Mr. City Manager, do you have a staff report?
I do. I'm going to introduce Chief Crum, who's going to introduce The presenter today, this is our annual review. It's a little bit complicated this year because police departments all over the nation have switched from one method of reporting to another. That'll be part of his presentation, and moving forward, then it'll make comparisons in future years much more comprehensive.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I would like to introduce Commander Rick Sanchez, who will provide this presentation to council this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good
Welcome.
afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. As the city manager alluded to, I am here to present the 2023 crime stats for the Cathedral City Police Department. I will start off with some historical data. This is our 5-year crime history, beginning with the year of 2019 and through the year 2023. If you look on the left-hand side, those are our offenses. These are Part 1 crimes taken from the Uniform Crime Report. At the bottom of each column, you will see the totals. So for 2019, we had a total of 716 Part 1 crimes. For 2020, a total of 793. 2021, we had a total of 912. 2022, a total of 959. And this past year, we had a total of 963 Part 1 crimes.
May we ask questions along the way?
Yes, ma'am?
So I see that you have an asterisk next to aggravated assault. Down below, you equate it to domestic violence, but there's many other kinds of aggravated assault. Where do you include those?
Well, under the Uniform Crime Report, these 7, well, there's actually 8. Arson should be included as well. That was just added on later on. That's how they do the reporting. So under aggravated assaults, as you see the asterisk there, it does not include domestic violence.
It just doesn't include it, and you
Correct.
don't-
It just doesn't capture
You-
it.
Do you keep track of those numbers elsewhere?
If you give me 5 minutes later on in my presentation, I'll give them to you.
Okay,
Yes.
no worries. Yep, so you have them. I'm
Yes,
gonna-
ma'am.
yeah, okay.
Yes, correct.
Thanks. Thank
Yes.
you.
Are you going to define in your presentation the difference between larceny and burglary, or is this a good place to do that?
It'll be coming up too. If you
All
guys
right.
can just be patient with me, I promise to answer all your questions as we move
Council
on.
members, you know we're not patient.
The 2-year crime history, so year over year, for comparing 2022 to 2023, we had a 50% decrease in homicide, a 20% decrease in rape, a 7% decrease in robbery, and a 26% decrease in aggravated assault. Moving on to our property crimes, we had an 11% increase in burglary, 10% increase in larceny. Unlike most jurisdictions, we actually had a reduction in our motor vehicle theft. We've had that now for the past 2 years, where it was a negative 12%, for an overall of 0.4% from year over year.
Commander, on the burglary, is that anything from stealing a purse out of a car or shoplifting?
I don't know if you recall, last year, Chief Crum touched on it. We did have that rash of burglaries on the south end or in the Cove. That was towards the 2023 crime statistics. We also had a small spree with the group. They worked their way from the south end up to the north end. All of them were taken in custody, however, those were for the 2023 crime statistics. Moving on, this graph here, it's our property crimes from 2019 to 2023. So you see in blue is burglary, red is larceny, and gray is motor vehicle theft. So you will see that there is a trend here for burglary. It's somewhat remained consistent the past 5 years, but with larceny, which is the unlawful taking of personal property with intent to deprive the rightful owner of it permanently, it has increased from 2019 through 2023, where it peaked with 467. So larceny is basically your thefts, your grand theft, your petty theft, shoplifting can be in there as well. So you can see from 2019 to 2023, it's increased. With our motor vehicle theft, you can see from 2021, where it peaked at 279, it is now decreased to 221 in 2023. So So that has slowly decreased throughout the years.
Is this relatively consistent with the other cities in Coachella Valley?
Property crime has risen throughout the nation. Violent crime has slowly decreased throughout the nation. Property crimes, we believe, obviously with COVID, more people were home, so it was a little more difficult. Now people have returned to work, no longer working from home, so now the crimes of opportunity have presented themselves. So property crime has slowly trickled up these past
So
years.
I hear you say that nationally, but I'm more specifically interested in Coachella Valley.
In Coachella Valley, it is pretty similar in the fact that burglary and larcenies have increased. However, for us, motor vehicle theft has decreased, where in other jurisdictions it's increased. So we've been successful in that, in decreasing that number.
Now, my question is, regarding golf carts and electric bikes, where do you categorize that?
So that will be in there as well. And we're fortunate in that we have our crime analyst. His name is Dan Foster. He was actually the 2023 Crime Analyst of the Year for the Inland Empire. He has put together a program that we're looking to bring out to the neighborhoods and to some of the country clubs where you can register your e-bikes as well as your golf cart. Because what ends up happening is we recover these golf carts. There's no identifying information, so we don't know who the victim is or who to return it to. With us registering it, we can talk to you guys about taking some photographs of it, putting some identifying marks on it. We will store that database here in the police department, so when we go to the wash and we recover a golf cart, we know exactly who it belongs to and we can return it to them. So we're in the process of working on that with the e-bikes as well as the golf carts there.
And category-wise, where do you have them here?
And for the golf carts and the
Electric bikes. Are they under motorized vehicles or under larceny?
well, if they are serialized, they will go under motor vehicle theft, if they are serialized.
Oh, okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Moving on to violent crimes, you will see blue is homicide, red are your sexual assaults, gray is your robbery, and green are your aggravated assaults. You can see in 2021, aggravated assaults peaked at 108 and has slowly decreased up until 2023. You can see your rapes in 2019 were at the peak with 19 and has slowly decreased throughout the past 5 years. The same goes for your robberies that peaked in 2019 with 48 to where we have 27 today. And then with your homicides as well, they did peak in 2019 with 7, and they have decreased throughout the past 5 years. And something that's unique about our homicides is since 2020, all our suspects have been identified with warrants issued out for their arrest and or in custody and awaiting trial. So that's something that we're proud to say in the Detective Bureau, that we've solved all these and brought most of these people into custody.
Commander?
Yes, sir.
Now, a lot of these crimes, the way they're categorized, can you tell me a little bit how they would have been categorized if it wasn't for Prop 47, Prop 57, AB 109? What the statistics would look like if it wasn't for that?
If you give me one more slide, I think I can explain some of that for you. Okay, moving on. Before I get to this slide, you guys brought up good questions. So we've been using the Uniform Crime Report, which was established back in 1929. So the FBI began using the Summary Uniform Crime Report system. It was a voluntary program to collect aggregate counts of index crimes: murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, motor vehicle theft, and larceny. The Uniform Crime Reporting was a collective effort on part of the city, county, state, and tribal and federal enforcement agencies to present a nationwide view of crime. One of the issues with the UCR crime report is a hierarchy rule. So the UCR has a hierarchy rule that says only one of the most serious crimes in a criminal incident will be counted as part of the statistics collection. So for example, if a murder and a robbery happened in the same incident, then only the murder would be counted, not the robbery. So that was one of the issues, especially with the advance in technology and the need for more information that's accurate that pertains to our city. They've come up with what's called NIBRs now. NIBRS is a National Incident-Based Reporting System. So that same example I gave you of murder and robbery, where during UCR, the hierarchy rule would be murder, the robbery never counted. Well, that's not an accurate depiction of what types of crime are happening in your city. Under NIBRS, it will stat. You can stat up to 8 different categories under that. So moving forward, what I'll present to you today, the 2023 NIBRS Crimes Against Person, this is as accurate as it gets, and you will be seeing this information moving forward. All other agencies have slowly transitioned to this. We were fortunate enough that we had the software and the ability to transition a little sooner than others. So this is the information that you're requesting. So for here, the 2023 NIBRS Crimes Against Person, you'll see murder and non-negligent manslaughter, where before you only saw homicide. Well, we know in the 3 there, one of them was a homicide. The other 2 were vehicle-involved manslaughters, non-negligent manslaughters. So they statted here. Same thing goes with your rapes, your aggravated assaults. Now this number 114, you asked me about the domestic violence. This one does include your domestic violence now. Where under the UCRs, it did not count it. Although we did stat it, it just wasn't one of the criteria, one of the 7 that where it would find a home. Here, there's several more categories. So now it's a true and accurate depiction of the crime that's occurring within your city, the state, and the county. You will see.
Other than your marital status, what's the difference between aggravated assault, which you include in domestic violence, and simple assault?
Simple assault are your batteries. So if you push someone, if you shove someone, if you're at a park or you have a dispute and you punch someone, that's just a simple battery.
But couldn't that also be domestic violence if it was a spouse or a partner?
Correct, yes. If you've been in some type of dating relationship, if you live with that individual, or if you have a child in common, or you are married to them, then yes, it would be considered domestic violence, which would fall under your aggravated
And that's the
assault.
only differentiation is just your marital status or couple status?
Correct, whether you reside with them or not, and whether you have a child in common, because you may not be married, but you can still have a child in common, so it would still be considered domestic violence.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this one here? Moving on to the next one. So this one really breaks it down for you for your property crimes. So this is a 2023 NIBRS property crimes. So you can see there we have 29 robberies. We had 167 burglaries, breaking and entering. So those are going to be your residential and commercial buildings that were locked and secured. You also have shoplifting there. You have theft from building. You have theft from a motor vehicle. So you have theft of motor vehicle parts or accessories, motor vehicle theft. So you can see how it really starts to now have subcategories where before everything either fell under a motor vehicle or larceny under the Uniform Crime Report. Any questions on this one? I know it's a lot of information, a lot of good categories. I definitely think this is a good system for us as a city and as a nation moving forward, because it's going to give you an accurate depiction of the crime that's truly occurring in your cities.
Just curious, on shoplifting, is that just a ticket now, catch and release, pretty much?
Unfortunately, yes, with legislation in California, I mean, what's sad is most of the business owners just want to just call it in, just get an event number, and they just write it off through their insurance. They obviously don't want their workers confronting the suspects because of possible injury or lawsuits or things, so it's just easier to let them go in, get what they need, and walk out.
Typically, if they're catch a shoplifter, like at a supermarket, are they trespassed at the same time?
Well, you're only trespassing if it's been posted and you've been warned that you can't return. It's just shoplifting if you go in there with intent and you take a 12-pack of beer and walk out. If we do catch you, then we will issue a citation. You will be booked, but you'll be given a court date. As far as jail time, probably not in California.
All right, thank you. Just curious.
What is drug equipment violations? What's drug equipment?
Anything that you use to smoke or ingest drugs.
And it could be a needle, or it could be,
A glass pipe,
Yeah,
yes, foil, different things, drug paraphernalia, correct, yes. So those are your drug and narcotics violations, the equipment violations, and then the weapon law violations, and then the animal cruelty, just so you know, it was just someone calling saying that the dog had been chained up for too long. Questions on this here? Okay, what can we do as an agency here to help work on some of this crime. So these are some of our future crime reduction strategies. So we plan to continue our participation on East Pact. As you're aware, we have a sergeant and an investigator assigned to the team. That's been beneficial because they're housed here in Cathedral City. So anytime we've had an issue or a problem or a concern, they're readily available for us. It's also a force multiplier, and it's a regional team. So we have people from the Sheriff's Department, Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, Indio, Blythe at different times of the year on this team. So it really lets us branch out to these different cities. Their primary focus is on probation and parole offenders and recidivism with that population. We plan to continue the participation on our gang impact team and our Coachella Valley Narcotics Task Force. That's a street-level narcotics task force. Our gang impact team, they are from the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. There is approximately 25 individuals or senior DA investigators as well as investigators throughout the agencies in the Coachella Valley. And having someone on that team has been a tremendous impact on our city because of the resources they can bring. Anytime we've worked a homicide, they have always reached out to us and asked how they can assist, whether it's sitting on a house, looking someone up, or whatever it is we've ever asked for. They have been a tremendous resource for this agency. We've also added a 5th detective for investigations, which I am proud of, being the investigation sergeant. It's helped to alleviate some of the workload. You know, when you only have 4 detectives, it's a lot. With that 5th detective, it's really allowed us to not only alleviate the workload, but also focus in on certain investigations and cold cases as well. About 2 years ago, we had a program where we were having our detectives help out our gang team. So they would go down and work with our gang team for 3 to 4 weeks at a time, and they would do that on a rotational basis for a few months. Well, with that, they brought up all that knowledge and all that experience. So I don't know if you recall, about 2 months ago in February, we wrote a gang association warrant where we targeted 8 different locations throughout the Coachella Valley. Well, we actually were able to simultaneously hit all 8 locations by reaching out to our fellow agencies and them collaborating with us. So it's like I said, having that 5th detective has really helped us to focus on different things or problems or issues that come up. You know, we're able to throw an extra body at it immediately. Continuing on, we want to enhance the participation with the community. We've done a better job of attending these neighborhood watch meetings, Coffee with the Cop, and attending the senior center. It's allowed us to meet and greet some of our residents of Cathedral City. Every neighborhood has different problems. Being able to speak with them, we can find out, hey, is burglary an issue in your neighborhood? Is theft from your home an issue? Is a motor vehicle theft? So we can focus in, give a presentation on how they can, what strategies they can do to prevent themselves, you know, whether it's adding surveillance cameras, getting on the ring system, just referring them to the different tips. We've also posted several flyers on our website now that has given them some information in regards to burglaries and residential burglaries. Chief Crum, this past year, we were able to put together 4 different videos. One of the videos was on burglaries, so the residents can see, hey, you know what? These are some of the steps I can take to solidify my home and keep from being a potential victim of burglaries. We also want to continue with our Citizens Academy. Our Citizens Academy we try to run twice a year. I think that's been beneficial in that it gives residents of Cathedral City an opportunity to meet some of the police officers and see what it is we do. I know for investigations we host a class, so I actually show them a video. And in the video, it's a crime occurring, and then after it, I immediately stop and I ask, okay, what was the suspect wearing? Did he have a gun? Was he armed or not? And I said, these are some of the struggles we deal with our witnesses, because nobody was prepared for it, and I didn't let them know, but they can see firsthand some of the stuff that we do and some of the difficulties we run into. We also want to continue with the use of the flock cameras. Those have been beneficial with our investigations. More and more cities are getting on board, as well as HOAs, so it's helped us to have more access throughout the Coachella Valley. And then the allied agency collaborations. Chief Crum has done a great job in that we have a good partnership with all our local agencies here. Anytime they've asked for help, we've always been there to step up, and anytime we've needed help, they've done the same. So just continuing that partnership with these allied agencies. And then to engage in intelligence-led policing through our crime analysts. Like I said, we have a senior analyst here, Dan Foster. He's assigned to the Detective Bureau now, so anytime we have any type of crime occurring, he's able to put out a flyer immediately, whether it's to identify a suspect or if someone has similar in another city, and then that's helped to make some of our arrests. So we're also able to study past crime trends and patterns to predict the future police response to affected areas, whether it's, with property crimes, catalytic converter theft. I will let you know there was legislation that recently passed for catalytic converter theft in January of 2024. So if you are in possession of 6 or more catalytic converters, you can be charged. Because what was happening is if we found someone previously in possession of 3 or 4, unless we're able to identify who the victim or who they belong to, it just made it difficult for prosecution. Now, not perfect legislation, however, it's tracking in the same way. We also have a city ordinance that helps us with that. So and then, like I said, the electric bikes and then the golf carts, working on establishing that database for in-house here in Cathedral City. With that, I will open it to questions and discussion.
Commander, can you clarify somewhere I got lost as far as if you can tell us how Prop 4757 is affecting a lot of this, has helped increase a lot of these crimes that are committed, and how is it imposing upon you guys doing your job?
Well, I believe there's legislation right now. I know Sheriff Bianco has been vocal in going to Sacramento, as well as other chiefs of police, and trying to correct some of the legislation. It's not perfect, but they're trying to fix some of the errors that were done by the governor, unfortunately, as far as not being able to prosecute, not having the teeth to prosecute some of these criminals. So as my understanding, has not passed yet. It's not official. It's still on the ballot. They're being talked about. And all we can do is continue to support and be vocal to our congressmen to change some of these laws, as far as citizens, because at some point when you are a victim, you want help and you want prosecution, because if not, the recidivism rate will continue, because if there's no consequence for your action, you're going to continue to do it.
Now, the reclassification of so many crimes, how would it look like if that wouldn't have happened, according to what we have?
I'm not sure I understand, sir. I'm sorry.
A lot of the crimes were actually reduced from felonies to misdemeanors. And how would our crime statistics would look like if that wouldn't have happened?
What would our crime statistics look like? Well, even if it's a felony or a misdemeanor, they still stat. So for instance, drugs. Drugs used to previously be a felony. Now if you're in possession of drugs, it's a misdemeanor. It still stats. It's just the penalty is different now. Where a felony, previously, you looked at some jail time. Right now, for property crimes, with the jails, with the county jails, one jail closing, or the prison closing, they're really not, they're actually fed kicking a lot of these individuals. So sometimes we arrest them, take them to jail. By the time we get back, we haven't even finished the police report. They're already being released. So it's sometimes a catch and release, but we still have a job to do, and we're going to continue to do that job.
And can you tell me a little bit about homeless crimes? Is the a high percentage of the crimes that are committed, are they committed by the homeless population?
I wouldn't say necessarily it's high. Our homeless liaison officers do a tremendous amount of work and job in tracking these individuals, going out there, offering them resources, contacting them, knowing them on a first name basis, trying to get them the help they need. Some of them are in possession of drugs. Some of them are in possession of maybe stolen property, but it's not a higher percentage than any other one as far as geographically.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Don't mind me. She's my mom for the night. So I'm interested,
Yes.
just as a person, I guess, in that you develop these, this demographic, you get all the crimes together, you put them in charts and show them to us. But what do you do with that information? I don't mean, do you sell it or do you give it? I mean, do you take that and somehow change how you do things? Do you use it as a learning?
100%. I think now that we have transitioned to NIBRS, we're getting the information we need. Where previously, like I said, with the UCR crime report, it was a hierarchy rule, so it would only stat one crime. Well, you could have multiple crimes that were committed, but if it's only statting one, you're missing a good percentage of your crimes.
Okay,
Now
I think
with-
maybe I should say it better. So you have all the information that there were 27 larcenies, and there were 3 assault and batteries, and there were 16, and you say, you know, we have more people in a department that doesn't have as many crimes. We should relocate some of those people to a higher crime job. Do you use these statistics to do that kind of
Yes.
work?
Yes, what I was getting to is now we have the information we need. Before, it was just that one crime. Now we have the information. Okay, we see, for me, burglaries are high. We need to focus on burglaries. How do we focus on burglaries? What can we do? Is there a certain area that's being targeted? What times of day? What times of night? That's where our crime analyst will come in. He will give us, hey, on Tuesday nights between the hours of 9 and midnight, we have a higher percentage of burglaries. Okay, does someone live in that area? Someone on probation or parole? One of our thieves in that area? That's the information that now we can work with to focus on some of these problems that we have, whether it's motor vehicle theft. Sometimes there's crimes in the south end that we may not be having in the north end. So with this information, we can also break it down per district and see, hey, this is what's going on in this district. This is where we need to focus our resources and time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gregory.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and for getting this information out. And I do appreciate your response, in particular to the last question, because I know we do get periodic reports, weekly reports, or even a daily log. And I know that often when we see certain crimes occurring in certain areas of the city, we're trusting that we're not the only ones seeing it, because, you know, we're way down on the totem pole, that there's somebody else that's already redirecting resources. So
Yes, sir.
I'm happy to hear that. Now, a little bit earlier, you spoke a little bit about you have started, or you've been doing some outreach and have increased that outreach in the last year or so, to be able to meet with people in the community and to help them work on crime prevention. So I'm not going to ask you to go over a bunch of crime prevention tips right now here, but is what can citizens do to try to make, to be part of the solution to particularly the larceny and the burglary crimes, because you're showing how high those are. And I do think it's going to be better that with NIBRS, you're going to be able to break down exactly, because larceny is a big, huge
Correct.
mystery. That's mystery. Most of us aren't even quite sure what's included and not included from time to time, so it'll be better. But what can residents do to try to prevent larcenies and burglaries, and where can they, more specifically, where can they get that information? Because I don't necessarily think this is the time and place for you to do a whole class on that.
I truly believe these neighborhood watch meetings have been very beneficial. You, as members of the council as well, if you'd like to reach out to your district, I know we did one with Councilmember Lamb. She was having an issue in the Cove area. She scheduled a meeting in the study session, and I gave a presentation along as my crime analyst. We had a full house, a lot of people, a lot of questions. We're able to answer a lot of questions and put them at ease, because a lot of times there's misinformation or no information out there. So if we can schedule these neighborhood watch meetings, or if you're able to schedule some type of district meeting, whether it be held here at the PD or somewhere at a clubhouse or something, we'd be more than willing to go over there and present, hey, these are for your specific district, what's going on. Maybe motor vehicle theft's a little bit higher in yours compared to yours. Maybe it's burglaries in yours. Maybe it's robbery in yours. We can get specific to your district, what some of the issues are, and we can put our PowerPoint presentation for that. So I think doing that, and then also collaborating with the online. Social media is big. It reaches so many people. Like, we may not have people in attendance today, but they're watching through the TV, or streaming it from their phones. So we can put out some of this information on social media, as well as us as a PD supplying that information, putting it on our website. Hey, this is a resource where you can go to look for tips on preventing from being a victim, or requesting us to go out to your house. Because a lot of times it's a lighting issue too, believe it or not. At nighttime, when your house is just dark, well, people think maybe you're a snowbird and you're not here. Just having lighting, is a deterrent. but it's just simple things like that, and I don't want to get into it too much, like you said, but I think just having that open dialogue with us, being the police department and the citizens of your jurisdiction.
So I'm hearing you say neighborhood watch, but I think most of those are kind of defunct as to what they used to be. I don't know of a lot of organized neighborhood watches that are to the point where they have a leader that can say, I want to have a meeting, that type of thing. But if they do, you're saying that you would be able to put something on for them.
Correct. And more are popping up, yeah, but you are correct. We start off usually maybe 10 or 15, but then when we come back the next month, they've heard that we were there. Now we're up to 25 to 30.
Good.
And then it just slowly by word
Well,
of
and we
mouth.
do have some HOAs and other organizations. So
correct.
if you're out there and you're interested,
Yes,
they can
phone out
contact
to us.
you.
Correct.
And that's what I'm hearing,
Yes.
particularly if they are seeing an issue. But even before that, if they want to try to do prevention. So, and
And
I know
we
you're saying,
started
I know
up
you're
some-
saying we can
Yeah.
do them, but often we're in the same boat as, really we can organize something in our areas.
Yes.
If there needs to be. And so, kudos, of course, to the
Mm-hmm.
council member that did that. And I think all of us would be willing to do that when we see issues in our area. But for general prevention, it sounds like you're saying they should so who should they contact?
They can contact me directly.
They should
Yeah, we've
contact
helped
Commander
establish and start
Sanchez
up,
at the
correct.
police department, right? So,
Yes,
okay.
you can go online. And then also, us attending the senior center. I was there 2
Yes.
weeks to give a presentation on identity theft, full house. If we can continue that type of, just present whatever issues are.
So is that an initiative you plan to continue to do when we have those type of gatherings or other events where you might be able to put on some kind of crime prevention tent or, booth or something like that?
Without a doubt, and as you can see, my guys came from the Detective Bureau. They would also be willing to step in and help and assist and give any guidance or information to any of the residents here in Cathedral City.
Is there any, either local or state or national online resources, or is that something maybe that the police department is looking to research?
We were
That they can direct people to those if they, because like you're saying, a lot of this stuff is universal as far as lighting or alarms or those types of things. So I don't know if you have access to any of those types of services.
Well, we do offer the crime mapping software now, so you can look online at the police department's website and see what type of activities are occurring. You can enter your residence, do a 5-mile radius and see what's going on in your area, any type of police activity. But yes, we are also looking at grants, seeing what's available to us, to help keep the citizens safe here in Cathedral City.
That's good. All right, so the residents, you're doing your job, the residents are doing your job. How about the council? Are there things that you need from us that would help you to be able to better address crime here in Cathedral City?
Continue to give us your support. Continues to give us your support, and then just put the word out, hey, if you guys would like to start up a neighborhood watch meeting, contact Commander Sanchez. He's willing to walk you or start your program up with flyers. We've helped with flyers as well, to disseminate within the neighborhood, just to get some involvement and let them know that we're out there.
Okay.
We're a resource.
So you touched on, particularly I'm hitting on property crimes because that's where the increase is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, and they're important because they of course affect how people feel safe in their homes or when they're out and about. Even if they're just things getting stolen out of their yards or out of their cars, it still makes people feel unsafe if that's happening
Sure.
around them. So I don't want to make it sound negative because I know often those crimes are very hard to solve. But do you have a feeling about how many of those types of crimes you're able to solve here in Cathedral City, especially compared to other jurisdictions?
I cannot give you an exact number. I would love to say that we solve a majority of them, but it's a crime of opportunity sometimes. Sometimes it's as simple as someone just going into a neighborhood and checking for unlocked doors. And then they take whatever it is that they take. We can go out there, we will fingerprint it, but then sometimes because the fingerprints are on the exterior, as far as prosecution is concerned, well, how do you know that individual didn't walk by and accidentally touch that vehicle? So it just makes it a little more difficult for crimes such
Okay,
as
well,
that.
and that's why I didn't want to get too
Yeah.
much on it, but I also I think it's important that the citizens feel that if they are a victim to the crime, that our police department is not just writing it down, but there's actually some effort. I understand, it's just like we've talked about other issues in the city. There are endless issues that need to be constantly addressed, there has to be discretion as to how much resources is put to each one based on some scale of importance. And I know sometimes that's difficult because people have difficulty saying, well, isn't everything important? Well, yes, in one sense, but not everything is life, safety, but sense of security, that type of thing. So does the police department, well, I'm going to ask you, does the police department just, like if you have property crimes, do they just basically write it down? Or is some effort made and basing some type of a judgment on the importance of the particular issue that's going on? Say maybe if there's a rash of property crimes going on in an area, or they're targeting a particularly sensitive population, would the police department give priority to those types of things, or are we in the position, and part of this goes back to what the council can do, or are we in a position where we just don't have resources to investigate any of these property crimes?
Having worked with these individuals now for the past 18 years, I can tell you they take pride in their work. They will do a complete and full investigation. We have a great evidence technician. She has always been more than willing to come out, to take fingerprints, to take footprints, to take tire prints. She will go out, you know, whether it's for the tire tread. So we investigate all crimes and we handle all crimes appropriately. And even if it starts at the patrol level, it will end up in investigations. And I can tell you what, these guys, especially having that fifth detective, has really helped alleviate and helped us to focus on all crimes equally and to make sure that we do what we can to solve them. We're not concerned with so much with the prosecution because that's out of our hands.
Yes.
But we're going to do our job. Whether they do their job or not, that's on them, that's on the legislation. But here in Cathedral City, at the police department, we're going to do everything to the best of our capabilities.
Well, thank you again for your efforts, and thank you for that response. And yes, you did touch, and that goes a little bit to what the council member's question about the changes in the laws. But what I hear is that you're not letting that as a department affect you. You're still going out and you're still solving crimes. You're still using resources as appropriate to do so. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great questions, Councilmember Gregory, and even better answer, so thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I kudos to you and your team at the police department, because the responsiveness to the residents in the Cove area within that whole situation was just immediate. And they still text me about what a positive experience it was. And they were able to, first of all, they were heard. Then, secondly, the presentations were expansive, and the breadth and scope was great, because you went from what are the things we're doing on the street right today through your whole process, and then concluded with you guys actually saying, please call us if you see something, say something. Don't let it go, unanswered, because we have strategies in place for this. And that was wonderful. So they text me first, so I get pictures of graffiti and this and that, and I just kind of forwarded it on. But that has made a big difference. And as far as the neighborhood watch, I was hoping in that group that somebody would step forward, and it really is dependent on the residents, if they want to take on that responsibility of forming a neighborhood watch. And when my husband and I first moved to the Cove, there was a couple, and they initiated it, and we got magnetic things for our cars and signs, and we were pretty active with it. And so far, nobody else has taken that on, so it kind of peters out. I did talk with a woman, and we were having a discussion about single-family homes versus homeowners associations, and she's part of a homeowners association, and that's part of one of their meetings. They have that, as an agendized item. So they have gotten more formalized about what they're doing. So I can see the difference, and I'm kind of putting on my thinking hat about how I can, help the residents initiate or inspire some interest in doing a neighborhood watch. Those are all comments. And my question was, when you talked about the gang task force, and you were saying it was 25 persons. Is that a county sponsored, did I clearly, is that a county sponsored?
Correct, it's by
Okay.
the Riverside County District Attorney's
Okay.
Office. So there
Okay.
is a east end and a west end team.
Okay. And then my next question, you just mentioned about the Chuckwalla prison. You didn't mention it by name.
No.
Is that because of closing for sure?
Yes, yes. We've actually had some applicants that are potentially going to be losing their jobs due
Oh,
to the prison's
darn.
closing, so.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Gregory and I were had employment in Blythe, so I know how
Yes,
how
yeah.
Chuckwalla is so
Yeah, it's unfortunate, yeah.
instrumental to that community. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. I'm coming with an ask. My final talk is with an ask for you. So many things have come up between the other council members on what can people do, what should people do, how can we do it? How about you come up with a list of 10 things people can do to better protect themselves, and Ryan will put it on our Discover Cathedral City page, let's say once every 60 days for a few days. And so people that come and go, and you can feel free to update it, or you don't have to. It can just be like a poster, but it'll be something that allows this conversation to have a proactive stand from our end.
That's a great idea.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak?
I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public
Danny?
and you, oh, Danny, you can come up.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, I was kind of inspired by that presentation. Every citizen wants to live in a safe community, and everyone wants to move to a safe community. So having a safe community, it supports the city in terms of growth, in terms of economy. And I'm really blown away by how effective our police force has been in this city. It is without doubt the safest place I felt I lived, and that's full stop. Mind you, I lived in places like London and Baghdad, so, nevertheless, I want to honor the work that all of the people in the police department do. I don't think we can ever say that enough. These are the people who run towards danger when I'm getting the hell out of there. So thank you to everybody, and particularly thank you to Chief Crum for his leadership over this period, bringing back the gang unit, the motorbike cops. Believe me, they're effective because a lot of people complain to me about how many tickets they've got. So that seems to be working well. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, and also the ideas from the City Council I think are great in terms of more engagement in the community. And since I have nothing else to do, I'll see what I can figure out. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Well, my last comment is I've been in Cathedral City for many, many years, and I've seen the police department, since 1985, and I've seen it at its highest, I've seen it at its lowest. I've seen when Chief Crum had to lay off a bunch of department officers, and we made it through there, and we regrew again. And I think that's just because of hard work and dedication through Chief Crum and his staff. So, we're a little city with big city problems, just like anyone else. So, where Chief Crum and his department realized that, and that's when we brought in the motors and we brought in gang task force. That makes our city a safer place, and it's all about the quality of life here at Cathedral City. So I think this council will always come out or support the police department and just keep growing. So with that being said, council members, we don't have a list anymore, so what we're going to do is just start from left to right if there's any questions from this point on. So City Manager, bringing up the next 4th of July fireworks. Do we have a staff report on that?
Yes, anyone who has a calendar can look at it and see that the 4th of July is coming in about 2.5 months. And we always have concerns from the community about what are we doing to help control illegal fireworks, and all fireworks are illegal in Cathedral City. So we'll be publicizing that. The police department and the fire department are both involved in that, as well as our communications department. So Commander Enos is going to present this item, and I believe he's backed up by Chief Contreras as well.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. This doesn't have the luster as crime stats, so I apologize, but hopefully I can do my best to spruce it up a little bit.
Fireworks are pretty hot.
Could be, could be. As we all know, the 4th of July holiday period has generally seen an increase of fireworks and calls for service regarding fireworks, and it's created a little bit of a problem. So in anticipation of that holiday, we are trying to be proactive to enforce laws that that surround illegal fireworks. So this is the 5-year call history for fireworks. On the left, we see the year, and then the next column is total year calls for service for the year, and then to the right is the 3-day period of the 4th of July holiday, 3rd through the 5th. As you see, last year we had a significant drop-off from calls for service for the year, and then also just for that 3-day period. And if you go up to 2020, you see the amount of calls, and I believe that's probably because of COVID. People were home. COVID relief funds are being used to buy fireworks. So we saw a significant reduction in calls for service last year. So our operation plan will, just like we did last year, we'll staff additional officers to be on duty. It includes regular patrol officers, and also our citizen patrol will be out there as well. They helped out last year. They did a great job being an extra set of eyes and ears, so they'll be out there again. We will distribute a plan, an operation plan that provides the list of codes that deal with fireworks, whether it be possession, distributing them, and or setting them off. And we'll also, as staffing permits, use our drone as we can during that time period. So our enforcement, we will enforce the laws as people are caught. It will confiscate the fireworks, and they will be disposed of in coordination with the fire department. And then, as you can see, over the last 3 years, the arrests and citations, there were 7 in 2021, 6 in 2022, and then last year there were 2 people that were issued citations. So the education for the police department, beginning June 1st, as we did last year, we began making posts on social media regarding the dangers of fireworks and the fact that it's illegal in the city, which included the safe and sane that are no longer allowed. And then we also made the posts about the discharging of fireworks that have negative effects on people and pets. Chief?
So again, Mayor and Council, again, just like Commander Eno said, when I reviewed our statistics over the last 5 years like he did, we actually saw there were some years where we were less calls than a normal call volume day. And that's the one thing that I looked at was the day of the week, right? So if it's a Tuesday or Wednesday, there's probably not as much because people got to work the next day versus if it's a Saturday, Sunday. So that seemed to be, in my review of the statistics, really what is, and this is, I think it's a Thursday, right? So some people will have to go to work. So my approach is going to be totally a proactive public education. We're going to do a combination. We're preparing signs that are going to be on the side of all our apparatus. So as we drive around, on that will be a QR code that if people want to queue it, the message will be weekly messages until the final week, and then there will be daily messages. And they're going to be, like I said, in proactive standpoint. It'll be both on social media, just like the PDs, and we'll look to link them. We also have the signage on 111. But I want to be clear, we are not going to go out and patrol. My experience is that when you go out, you end up becoming a target. And so we'll do the same thing that we're doing now as far as from a proactive standpoint. And that's it.
Yes.
No, I don't have any other questions. Hopefully, I know a few years ago, the police found somebody advertising fireworks it was out of the city, I believe, but they took the initiative and went and made that arrest. I liked that one very much because to me that's really getting to the source of it. So I anticipate or hope that the police department is continuing those types of investigations also.
Correct. So our crime analysts basically start scouring the internet during that time period coming up to it, start looking at the different Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, so forth, and tries to be proactive in looking for people in the area that are selling fireworks and trying to potentially make a transaction if we can.
All right, good. Well, good, and thank you for the work of both your departments. I know fireworks, although it's concentrated on the 4th of July and a few other holidays, it's kind of a year-round issue here in the city. I know a lot of it has to do with dispatch, how they're able to, and I am assuming they are continuing to give priority. When someone says, I see someone firing off fireworks, they're my next-door neighbor named George, that's going to get a lot higher priority than I hear them in my neighborhood, which is I know they still probably generally broadcast it, but it's very difficult for anyone to identify the source. And as always, we encourage people out there, if you want this problem to go away, you need to give the police department as much information as possible about who's firing it off and where they're occurring. So if you are seeing someone do it, don't be shy. You can call and you can make an anonymous complaint, but with detail, and it will be investigated. Thank you.
What kind of collaboration do we have with the cities around us, i.e. something like a Costco, where we could encourage them to perhaps not provide the actual source of the fireworks? If you could get to that, everything else is moot, right? You can't get the fireworks, you're not going to shoot fireworks.
Sure. Well, I don't know that we've reached out to any retailers specifically outside of the city regarding the transaction of safe and sane fireworks. I don't know. I believe I've seen them at Sam's Club. I don't know about Costco. I'm assuming they probably
They do, yeah.
But ultimately, we could potentially look at something. I know
It'd be
Sam's Club's
interesting
been a
if
good
few
partner with
cities
us.
came in together with just a
Yes.
collective letter
Sure.
saying, look, this is causing
It's
us
something-
trouble, it's not safe, can you
Yeah,
help
it's
us
something that
out?
we can explore, because I know Sam's Club's been a great partner with us, so that's something that we could look at, reaching out with the other cities and contacting the different distributors.
Thanks much.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is this. We have been talking about drone use for the longest time, but I know that we do own several, I believe 2 or 3 drones. Are we ever going to be utilizing them to actually catch some of these people that are setting off illegal fireworks?
We will be attempting to use, if staffing permits. We have 1 drone operator right now. So when you look at the holiday and 1 drone operator, it takes more than just 1 person, because you need someone to be able to spot. And ultimately, the time it takes to deploy and being able to track certain activities depending on where it's at. If it's in someone's backyard, we have legal parameters that we have to be concerned about as well. But our plan is to deploy the drone. We have 2 people that have been selected to go to drone operator school. So the hope is to get more people involved. But ultimately, right now we have 1.
Okay. And my other question is, in the past, we have advertised in billboards, and are we intending to also contact TV news anchors or TV news in English and Spanish to let them know that which fireworks are, well, here they're all illegal, to let them know, to make sure that they do not do it within our city?
We can include a press release before, like we do with the social media posts. We can do a press release in English and Spanish to the news organizations and let them know that, this is the parameters that are set in Cathedral City, that there's absolutely 0 firework activity that's allowed, and we can push that out from the police department side, just like our social media posts.
And all of this, just to add another layer, will be amplified by the city's social media, by our website. We did work with both public safety departments on a news release last year that went out to media, so we'll continue to do that. The billboard question will happen on both our Highway 111 billboard rotation, which we're working with Chief Stefan Tamir on that campaign, and we'll also make sure that they roll into our auto center billboard slots that we have available with our new auto reader board too. So we'll make sure it's amplified everywhere.
And if you dumb it down, you can send it to us and we can put it on our sites.
Now, has I believe the fire department in the past has sent flyers, individual flyers to each resident. I believe I recall that. Are we going to do that, or have we done it?
Again, I was not planning, in my review of what we've done in the past, the main things we did were bus stops, and we've reached out to the sign company, but bus stops, signs on the side of the units, and then public service on social media. In talking to my staff, that's the only thing that we've done. I'm not aware of any. If that's something that the council would like, I can look into it and figure out what that looks like. Obviously, direct mail to the entire city, and that's why we've chosen to to use various, and believe it or not, we've had a lot of luck with QR codes. People, they can get it on their phone right now, but they have to come to us, right? They have to actually scan it.
And my last question is, what are we doing also to help residents keep their pets safe?
I
Are we
know
letting them know to also advise them to make sure that they protect their pets, do certain things?
Now, that would be part of our PSA, but I do know, and I'm sorry, I don't have the exact, but we are working on a program with animal control to where we at the fire station would become a, you know, if you have a chip implanted in your pet, we would then have the ability to read it. But that's probably not going to be done by the 4th of July, but it's a process. You can get the reader and then you can contact. Again, if it's something the council, I can look to speed that process up. But that's one of the initiatives that we've been contacted to see if we would be interested. And so we're exploring that opportunity.
And that's part of the social media campaign, council member, is tips for what you can do to help keep your pets safe. And probably the biggest thing is make sure they're inside, because them getting spooked and running off is one of the biggest threats.
Are you familiar with Peach Jar? I think they call it Peach Jar. It's the program through the elementary and middle schools where you sign up for Peach Jar, which I think they'd let public service do for free, and then just on the day you give them the flyers, they put them in all the backpacks throughout the school, and you target something like 3rd, 4th, 5th graders, 8, 9, 10. They're going to be the ones that, guilt their parents into not doing things.
I have contacts at the elementary schools in the next staff report on cadet programs. We have contacts in the district, so that's something I can...
Yeah, but this goes straight to the kids, goes straight in their backpacks, their parents get to read it,
But I can contact the principals and see
Absolutely.
if they support it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lamb, are you on the Animal Control Board, or is it? You are. Okay, I know we're switching, I couldn't remember who was on it. At your first meeting, you might want to see if they can get involved on their internet and put out on 4th of July awareness. They do? Okay, excellent, that's a great
They
question.
have a lot of input on the readers, too. Because they
Okay.
can't just be in the desk, they have to be available outdoors 24 hours, so maybe some method to support it on the building.
Well, I like these numbers, I like the way they came down like this, so thank you. Any comments from the public? City Clerk?
I don't have any request to speak forms, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment, please raise your hand.
Okay. This is a presentation only for discussion and direction only. There is no formal action required. Mr. City Manager, do we have a staff report on the Fire Department Cadet Program?
We do. One of your objectives in the strategic plan was to explore the creation of a fire cadet program to help interest young people in that as a career path. And Chief Contreras and his staff have been active in that, and he's going to give you an update of what they've done and where they're going.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor and council, this is something I'm excited to bring about you. When we proposed it, during the budget process, I had known we had one where I came from. But over the last year, as I've gone through this process, to me, it closes, if you will, I hate to use this word, but the supply chain in public safety and specifically the fire department. So if you're not aware of, there's been actually a pretty big shortage. They say upwards of 40% pre-COVID, post-COVID. We're just not getting the numbers in public safety, and that includes fire, which historically we have not had any problems with. You just put the sign up and everybody comes running, and you'd get anywhere from 500. When I started years ago, it was 10,000 people for 100 jobs, right? So numbers have never really been an issue. When I originally got here, I think there's two things. There's obviously the recruiting, you want to hire them, and then you want to retain them. And one of the things that I identified pretty early on was the people that were working for Cathedral City, over half did not live in the Coachella Valley. Right? And so when you're looking at retention, if somebody lives in Newport Beach and they're driving out here every day, they're going to probably want to get closer to home, right? So as we did the hiring, one of the focuses was on people from Coachella Valley. And then just so happens I was principal for a day at San Jacinto High School. And in talking to some of the kids and stuff, when I asked them what their plan was, they didn't really have a plan. And a large portion of them were going into the military. And it was because they didn't have a plan, right? And so as we've moved this forward, I specifically for this presentation, because I want to manage the growth. I just don't want to say, here we go, we have a cadet program, come and join it. I want to be able to make sure that the people we're getting in not only want to be in, but are going to be of the right type of people, right? And I say right, you know, I don't want somebody to take up a spot from someone else and they're going to not participate. They're not going to show up for drill. And so those type of things. So when I partnered with Rosemarie Frontieri, she's the basically the career counsel at Cathedral City High School. We've had a series of 4 meetings to see where's our best pull from, right? Where are we going to get the people that are interested? Cathedral City has a HEAL program which focuses on the medical field, so they already had a group of interested candidates. As we've gone through, she did some polling and found out that, hey, there might be some interest in this. Just 2 weeks ago, we took 2 of our local Cathedral City firefighters that were born and raised in Cathedral City, and we went over to the high school, and we did a presentation to 200 young men and women. And part of that was them to just share their stories, right? And to be quite candid, they were young kids that were headed down the wrong road, but they were able to connect with these kids to say, hey, I was you 10 years ago. And there's a path. Just through a hand poll, we found that over half have no career plan. Like they're going to graduate here in a couple months, and they're just going to go, right? So what does go mean? There was another group, and I would say I'd go the other. Less than 25% had we're going to go to college or do some type of education. So based on the feedback that we got from them, we're using that to really define what it is and what I'm going to lay out here. And I kind of want to lay that groundwork before where are we going? So what is a cadet program? It really takes the parts that we as a firefighter and breaks it down over a multi-year process, right? So when you look at, hey, classroom, right? And I found that for me as a learner, if I like it, right? If I'm interests me, I'm a lot more likely to do it. A lot of these kids come from blue-collar families where they're used to working with their hands. So we're going to teach them, we'll do classroom stuff, we'll teach them hose, we'll teach them ladder. Once you qualify, we'll take you and you'll be able to do ride-alongs. And so you start to, if you will, experiential learning. You actually, what you're learning is through the hands-on and through doing it. The cadet program also takes these individuals and obviously is getting them ready. So they don't have to go through multiple years of school and then get into it and go, oh, wow, I don't like this. And I've had 2 of those since I've been here. People we've hired, we've invested in them. They came here and said, actually I've had 3. Wow, I didn't expect this much blood. I didn't expect this much trauma. So it does allow us, right, not only the fire department, but themselves to kind of decide, is this career path? And early on, maybe they don't have to wait till 24 and 4 years of school to say, I don't like this. So it allows that. Right now, the plan is to go 16 to 21. When you hit 21, you time out, right? And that would allow us to, again, I talk about a multi-year process. It would allow them to bring them along, but it also allows them to get in at different phases, right? So maybe 16 is the entry point for some, maybe 18 is entry point for others. So it doesn't just say, okay, you either get in at this point or you're out of luck. Once we get it up and going, we would have, based on the number of annual openings, we would be able to recruit. That's what we ultimately want to do. The other piece is structure, right? When we're talking to the career people over at Cathedral City, a lot of these kids don't have any structure. They don't know what good looks like. That's what we would do, right? We're going to bring them into a very structured environment. We're going to show them how to iron their pants, how to polish their boots, right? That discipline that maybe they're getting, maybe they're not. But we're going to put them, and even if they don't come and work for Cathedral City fire department, maybe we can just teach them a little bit. Which, again, when you look at what our job is, public safety, and how we can impact the community, I think that's one of, for the right kid or kids, that may be able to use that. The other thing is cadet programs have been used for many years. The police department and Chief Crum has one. In my research, aviation, things that maybe take multiple years to get people in. The other thing for me is it closes that chain. We started the AO program when I got here, right? Well, I view that we can now have a career path that goes from cadet to AO. We just hired 2 of our AOs to firefighter to paramedic. So it gives them a career path, not only for Cathedral City Fire, but within, so they can start at 18, 19 years old, they get their license, and they come, if you will, come up through the ranks. And maybe someday, the fire chief in a few years comes through that program. So it allows us to also vet those kids, before we hire them as AO, do we want them being part of our culture and our team? So why do we need it? I've already talked about it. Some of it is going to be training. Just what are we giving them? It's going to be hands-on. They'll be able to experiment with, is this for me or not? Addressing the workforce needs. So I already talked about it. There's been a huge cutback in interest in the fire service. We're building our own workforce. Now, an unintended consequence of this will be we are going to train people and they are going to leave. But I also look at that, if they're living in Cathedral City, they can go work wherever they want as long as they're bringing their money back to Cathedral City and spending it here, living here, raising their family here. Diversifying our workforce. We're looking at, when I got here, we didn't necessarily have the diversity from an ethnic standpoint. We're going to help with that. We are open up to males and females. So maybe this becomes how we get our first female firefighter through it. So we're open to all those options. We are going to be teaching leaders. I talked about discipline, leadership. We are developing people, again, whether they come to us or not, we're building good citizens. Community relations, we're part of, when I get to what the plan is moving forward, we're going to bring parents in. We're going to show them that the fire department is more than reactive. This is a proactive program that we can help them. Let's not wait until maybe they get involved in gangs or they get tied up with the wrong people. This is proactive, right? And now we're giving them options, and hopefully from a parental standpoint, we're giving them opportunity through the rest of their life. It's an investment. We are going to spend resources to help get these guys and gals up to speed. I've already talked about the shortage. What is the process? So we're in the process right now. We have done the recruitment, right? I'll talk about that. Right now, our numbers we're looking at probably 10 to 15 that we're going to recruit. Right now, as of today, I checked, after our presentation, we currently have 45 people that have expressed interest, and we currently have 35 that are scheduled on May 2nd, next week, to come to our administration building, and they're going to do a walkthrough and kind of orientation so they can kind of see what we're talking about. We've got the crew set up. They're going to show them their stuff and the different things that they would be open to. Once we do the recruitment, then there'll be an application and selection. So we anticipate having to do interviews, right? And we're going to look for residents that are committed, that this is actually, especially for the first, like I said, 10 to 15, we want to make sure that we get the people, we get the program on the right foot, and then we get the people that are serious about it so that we're not taking positions away from other kids. There will be training. Again, it's going to be everything from hands-on training to how do we stand at attention, how do we do the discipline that it takes to actually have a career in the fire service. Mentorship and guidance. So, I want to be a firefighter. How do I do that? Everybody who's there has gone through that process. Everybody sat on panels. So if you, this is how you fill out a resume, or this is how you create a resume. This is how you fill out an application. The training will include that. And if they have questions, hey, I'm getting ready, I've got an interview next week, what should it look like? we can do demo interviews. So they're going to have access to everybody who's actually gone through that process. I already talked about hands-on experience, certifications, and I should have been process than progression, but I'm on the public safety board for COD, and one of the things that they're trying to get these young people in at COD. So we have a way to, once they turn 18, to get them in the right courses so that they can qualify to go to the fire academy and do those things. Just like we sponsor our AOs, we would look at some point to sponsor our cadets. And then ultimately, we would like to push them right out the door into a job. And I think there's a very good chance, if you look at other programs, cadet programs, that's exactly what they do. You know, historically, it's really 2 to 3 years once they get over that 18. So now you got people that are 20, 21 years old that are going right into the workforce. What does it look like? This is on any given weeknight when they come to the program, this will be the stuff that they'll be doing, right? And I kind of already hit some of it. It'll be book learning. It'll be the hands-on ladders, hose. It'll be physical fitness, right? That's something that I personally believe that you can change people's lives by giving them a little bit of physical fitness and how. And I don't mean we're not going to be drill instructors, but it's going to be structured and it's going to be based on, we're going to meet them where they're at, mentorship, and then again, certifications. Fiscal impact. The modeling that we're using are two different. One is in Riverside City. It's a program that they are currently running. The other one is where I came from, Orange County Fire, which they have like 40 posts. I mean, it's a large. So we're looking at, and based on what I've gotten from both those programs, you're looking at basically uniforms, the books, and then overtime for the instructors that we have if they're not on duty. And right now, I would look to absorb that once I have. That's the other reason to kind of keep it small so I can control the costs. And then by the next budget cycle, I'll be able to report out and say, here, this is where I'd like to go, and we can have a much more detailed budget. So where we're at, I already talked about meeting with Cathedral City High School. We did the presentation on April 9th. We currently have the list. May 2nd is when they're coming to the station. From there, we will take that and we'll do an open house for parents. I want the parents to see exactly what everybody's getting into, and we'll allow them to ask questions. We'll do, again, this is a rough guide. We'll look to do interviews in July. We'll make that selection around August, get them fitted around September, and then run our first class around October.
On May 2nd, what time?
It'll be, I'll get it to
Okay,
you before.
but let council
I wanna
know,
say
some might
it's-
want to
I want to say it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
It's during school, so I want to say it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And that is the end of my presentation.
I just got one quick question before we start with Councilmember Lamb on questions. Liability, are we hooked up with liability? Because there's a slippery slope. You have youths there, and they're going to be going out, seeing some action
Yep.
eventually, but we're fully...
So I've got it, like, just finally got it last night, but it's a tiered program, right? So number one, there's insurance, let's say medical insurance, right? There's, if the parent doesn't have it, we need to, and again, what my plan is if they don't have it, we will look at it as a criteria, but it's through the Boy Scouts of America, and it's actually a nominal fee, right? We can either pass that along to the parent or not. But then there is the city's liability, right, if something was done. But we're kind of working through that with the code of conduct and the rules. So there will be, the two-person rule, just like firefighters. You go into a building, you go in twos, right?
Okay.
Nobody goes anywhere alone. And so that will be built into the structure and how our operations run regularly.
Okay, just for clarity, it's an application process. There might be an individual that, has the heart but doesn't have the qualifications, whether it's mental skills or educational skills or physical skills. So would you, in your application, pick and choose who's going to be able to be in the cadet program?
So it's not only an application, but it's also going to be an interview. So we're
What?
going to an interview.
Interview,
So
okay.
so we're going to sit down. And sometimes, you know, hey, just tell me why you want to do it, right? And if maybe here on paper, I mean, to me, this is exactly why we're here. This person may not be great. He or she just hasn't found the thing that sparks them, right? But through the conversation or through the interview, he's like, hey, I want this, and I did, right? And so we're going to use both. I don't want to just do an applicant. I'm willing, and I've already told my staff, if it means we got to do interviews for 2 weeks, we'll do interviews for 2 weeks. I want to make sure that we get, because it's not just doing the program, it's giving the people the opportunity. Because I look what it's done to me. We have the ability to change people's lives.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Lamb, questions?
I don't have a question. I just want to say this was like Billy Joel at Madison Square Garden. I mean, this is music to my ears. Was my life. And to provide that you took the time and had this as a goal to provide this opportunity to the youth in our community is just epic. And, you know, not every young person is going to be attracted to this once they get in there. And this will change their life. And that's what you're providing. So thank you so much. This was brilliant. And May 2nd, I definitely want to be there.
Okay, I'll make sure you get an invite. But to that point, I wish you could have heard one of our medics is Dewan De La Torre, and when he talked to that group, right?
He is brilliant. He's so wonderful. He did the presentation.
He does the preparedness,
yes,
right?
Agua
But he
Caliente.
says, I was headed down the wrong road. I got mixed up with the wrong, and he had met a few of Chief Crumb's people a few times, and he's very open about it, right? I mean, I was going down the wrong path, and I found this thing, and now he's like I'm the luckiest guy in the world, which you can tell when he goes out and does the preparedness classes and other things.
And you gave him the opportunity, and he did the
He did the
presentation, the
rest.
bilingual presentation at St. Louis. So thank you. It's wonderful.
My pleasure.
Councilmember Gregory?
Thank you, Chief, for continuing to move forward to make better opportunities and for our people in our city, and also how it dovetails into making a better fire department for our city. So you kind of hit on it a little bit when you answered a little bit about liability, and then you spoke about modeling some existing programs, which is good. But it's kind of exciting starting something like this from scratch, and you have a real opportunity to set the right tone with your existing group of firefighters that will be now being the mentors and the leaders onto this cadet program. So I hear what you're saying, and I think you're going in the right direction with the 2x2 policies, those type of things. Because unfortunately, what happens sometimes when you mix the adults with the youth, especially in this teenage to early 20s group, it's just been unfortunately a lot of sad stories about things going wrong, and I think this is a great opportunity, though, to start off from the beginning of making sure that your firefighters understand their role and they're professional, and there's going to be no fraternization, and hopefully even get into, because some groups have not addressed this very well, and it leads to problems into like social media and those types of things, and extracurricular contacts and texting outside of the curricular world, meeting up outside of the curricular world. I mean, I wish it was all leave it to Beaver time where somebody's struggling, so somebody could, even outside the program, say, well, let's you and I meet on Saturday and we'll hang out, but unfortunately those things, while sometimes they're great, they lead to bad things, or at least accusations of bad things. So are you looking, as you're modeling after some other programs, are you looking at their policies as they deal with youth protection, and then with an open mind that you may even need to, tweak those to update them or make them apply directly to this department?
Yeah, so again, I always say my belief in general is control the variables, right? And in this, the variables we're not going to give these young people a whole lot of leeway. It's why I also want the parents involved. There needs to be somebody that, if there's any issues, I'm going to be, well, number one, my hands are going to be in this is, at the end of the day, this is my program, it's your program, I will be intimately involved with every facet of the program. On top of that is the parents, having the parent, that's part of that variable. You give me a young teenager that's maybe, if you will, maybe he doesn't write, maybe he doesn't read quite well, but his parents are involved, I can work with that one, right? If I have somebody where I have support that can lean in from the other side, that might be it. So that's kind of the next.
And I got you, but I think some of the ones that you were talking about that probably are in the greatest need, they may not have good parenting going on.
Which is,
good parental
that's
control.
where they need us, right?
Right.
I mean, again,
That's right.
that's where we're going to be that person.
Right.
There, I talk a little bit about overtime, right? My plan is we will have me, unless I'm out of town for some reason, but it'll be me, it'll be the deputy chief, and these are going to, historically, these take place on a Wednesday night from 5 to 8, right? So we're going to be there as oversight. Then there'll be what I call the program coordinators, which will be a captain. And then on top of those will be the instructor. So I anticipate anywhere from 5 or more, if the engine's in the house, they will, it's going to be, hey, we're going to go to the classroom, right? I mean, they're marching. It's going to be a very controlled environment, and if anything, it'll even be more controlled in the beginning because we want, and that's again another reason not to have 25 kids that we can't lose sight
Right.
of.
And that sounds good for the curricular part, but I was also hoping you were giving some thought to the extracurricular part.
Again,
They're going to meet these people, they're going to have an opportunity to exchange contact information. What kind of guidelines are you going to set for you? Not for the kids or the parents, for your people.
For my people, it'll be zero tolerance.
All right.
Yeah, for my people, again,
But you're not just going to assume that, you're going to make sure that that's clear.
There is a very clear code of conduct, and I've already added 2 to it, right? Which is, you will not, right? So again, Riverside and Orange County do it a little different. If you have some type of so somebody says, hey, what was the assignment for next Wednesday, right? That you have to log that.
Right.
Right?
Some reporting requirement.
They're required to. There's another one where it's zero tolerance. Like it will be, because that's kind of why we're doing it on duty in uniform. Zero tolerance means if you break any of these rules, you will be disciplined, right? On our side. Now, if they keep, hey, chief, this guy keeps contacting me, or in this case, I did my research. There's places where there has been fraternization where it has caused some problems, right? But I can only control my side, and then we will then deal with the
Well, and they can play, Police Explorer. It's nothing new that these type of things crop up from time to time, and they can just wreck programs and actually wreak havoc in the agencies just because of the characters involved, even sometimes when the accusations may not be true. So it's very important to have that in place.
And that ties with, again, multiple people going, but just like we recently did with our academies, right? We every time, I think the last one was the only one where we had one, that person didn't go anywhere. And I'm a big documentation, right? We're going to write it down. And if you can't write it down because you don't want, well, then this isn't the job for you and you can't be an instructor. So it's going to be the same type of environment.
That makes me feel bad. And I don't mean to harp on it, but it's just a good opportunity to set the right tone when you're starting a new process. So you spoke a little bit about diversity, and I think that's great. And of course, something this council has been very consistent about is the wish for all of our departments, but including our public safety departments, to better reflect the makeup of the community. I think that's pretty universal, and probably, and I appreciate you recognizing the fire department still has a little way to go on that. All the departments do, and public safety is always known to be extra hard because there's just certain types of individuals, and there may be all kinds of socioeconomic reasons why they want to go into public safety, and they may not necessarily be the diverse group that we would hope to. But I did hear you're going to give a nod to diversity, but then you said they're open to apply. So that always gives me a little bit of a cringe, because sometimes people that we need to get from the diverse groups, they need a little extra because historically they weren't the group that thought of the fire service or thought of public safety. So do you have some plans to try to, and I know you've got they still have to apply, but I mean, and at some point, though, even the application process is important to make sure everyone knows, hey, we're not just looking for the football guys to apply, we're looking for a lot of different people to apply. So if you haven't done that already, hopefully that's coming. But then once you get those applications, are you just going to be open to diversity, or are you actually going to be making efforts to try to make your cadet program as much as you can, and understanding, as I said, we all understand the limitations,
Yeah.
but make sure that that also reflects the makeup of the community as much as you can.
I would say two things to that. In the year, next week, in case anybody's wondering, it's been a year and a half. So in that year and a half, if you look at the diversity that we have as, in the fire department specifically, that is because there's one person doing the hiring. That's me, right? That's exactly how the next one's going to go too, right? Well, I'm going to get everybody's input.
Well, that's what I hope
But-
to hear,
but at
because
the end of
I
the
know
day-
that for, at least for me, and I think several of my colleagues, we are very satisfied with the direction, where it's been kind of a, yeah, we're working on it, but there's nothing we can do kind of answer for several years since I've been on, but not now. So I'm hoping that this will also reflect that same type of.
This is, again, my boss has made it very clear what my job is, one of my jobs is to do. And that's why I've done it, right? And I talked about it at the strategic plan update. When I got here, there were 4 people that spoke Spanish. Well, when you have a community, you know, and my grandmother was a Spanish speaker, so I know what it's like when people are trying to talk to you and you don't understand it, right? As of today, we have those 4 and another 10 that currently speak Spanish, right? So it's, like I said, it's a deliberate effort. If we have openings, it's because we're not trying hard enough, right? Same thing, we don't have the diversity, and I've seen this at multiple agencies, blame the guy at the top, right? But by the same token, give me the authority to do it, and I can tell you, my boss has given me that. I bet you guys have made it very clear what you want. That's what you're getting, and it'll be the same thing moving forward with the cadet program.
Excellent, thank you so much. So you're just starting off at your infancy, but hopefully, if it's not already a thought, or it's not already something that's part of the guidelines you're bringing over, there'll be a way for maybe people or companies to make donations or to financially support the group. I don't know if you do that directly to the city, or if you have to start a little nonprofit arm, or however, you know, do it through a POA or something
I'll
like
talk
that.
to Chief Crum, I'm
Or-
sure he's got it all laid out.
So, well, you know, they typically do, but you may have expenses, and you may have people, because I'm anticipating it's going to be a great program that will see that, and in the community be willing to make donations and/or grants. And I know that there are sometimes grants available for that type of thing, as there are others. So I encourage you and our grant writer and everyone to be looking at that now that we know that
Okay.
this is coming. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Good. Now you're just bragging. He's wonderful. All right, so I have, do you know who Admiral Rickard is from the Navy? He made his bed.
It made his bed, yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I see in this program. And for those of you who don't know who he is, you should go see the YouTube video, because it just starts with, if you just make your bed every day, you know, at least you come home to a made bed, right? And you become disciplined through a program of willingness, a willing discipline. So that part's pretty exciting. I love the idea of that. I was a candy striper. That was my big thing. I was going to be a doctor. Instead, I'm
How'd that
a
work out?
council member. I'm taking care of people every day. Worked out well, thank you. But, and so positive, 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 love the program, love the idea. 2 kind of not so positive questions. At some point, do they have to go to community college?
No.
You think you can do the whole
They-
program in-house? Because you don't now.
Again, the goal would be to put them through a fire academy, right? I mean, so if I'm a fire chief and I'm sitting back here and I say, I have this candidate who doesn't have a fire academy, and this candidate that does, I'm going to take this candidate, because it saves me about $30,000, right?
Absolutely.
So the goal would be, and being on the advisory panel for COD, I happen to know a guy that can get kids in, right? That's what they're looking for. They don't have a full academy. So the goal would be, at 16 you do this, at 17 you do that, at 18, with the goal of trying to get into the academy by 19. Now, we did it with our last group, with our AOs. There's county work grants. They'll cover all that. They'll cover their uniforms. They'll cover their turnouts, right? So, but we've got to guide them through that path, then get them, then if they once they complete it, they can either stay with the cadet program or they can go. What the upside is right now, just about everybody that graduates from COD within 2 weeks, and it's usually Riverside County that will give them a conditional job offer. We've grabbed a couple, right, and a couple out of paramedics just due to size. But if they want a job, my experience is out here in the desert, they can get one right now.
So another great asset, and we'd love to have that, but I do cringe a little over the projected costs of a program like this. A lot of overtime of the men and women who work for you now. It's great that somebody's going to buy their uniform, but that's just a drop. I mean, it's in a great big bucket, right? So when will you be able to, if not tonight, when will you be able to get us some estimate numbers on what you think a program like this would cost for, let's say, 8 people? You can make up the number yourself. It doesn't have to be my
I can give you
number.
a per person cost, right? I mean, the variable, right, and so like I talked about it, you pay my salary, but there's no overtime for me, right? So
Right.
that's already baked in. Same with the deputy chief, right? The on-duty battalion chief, right? The on-duty crew. So what I'm looking at is 2 coordinators. So if I'm looking at 6 hours of overtime, and I'm just spitballing here, right? So if I look at 6 hours of overtime at $35 an hour, let's round up because it's easy math, $240 a night times 2, that's 500. Let's even round up to 800 a month times, right? So in overtime, it would be about $10,000. And then the uniforms, like I said, I'm working with the county work program because if we can qualify where they can provide that money for the uniforms, then that gets me away from that.
And so what do these young people do when the bell rings and the engines roll?
So again, without going too far in depth, you have to work into the ride. So the ride along is the top tier, right? You come in.
No, I'm assuming that none of these people are riding along. They're kids. So they're working with you, and it's a Wednesday at 6, and the bell rings. What do they do? Where do they go?
That's the 2 that I'm talking about. Just for that reason, I'm still going to be there. The deputy's still going to be there.
Okay.
The battalion chief, if he gets pulled away.
Yeah.
But the 2, and right now, we're going to interview for it, but right now I've got 2 people in mind that are local, right? So if they're on duty, they come in. If they're off duty, they come in. So that's where the overtime, and if the engines go, they're still there because it's on top of their other duties.
That's right. So, and I appreciate you threw a number out, but obviously getting kind of harder numbers are going to be important to us because everybody wants the money. You know, I do too. I mean, we all want it for programs and projects. This is very admirable, and I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief. I also think it's a wonderful program that will give our local youth a huge opportunity not to have a job but an actual profession. And how long will it take from start to finish for a student in the academy to complete it?
So the academy, so not the cadet program, but they go to the academy.
The cadet program.
Okay, so cadet program is really, the best way to put it, look at the support program as a support. The cadet, we are here to support that young man or woman in their journey. If they just are doing, they can start, like I said, at 16 and they can finish at 21. And they may be a firefighter or they may not. What our goal is to get them to 18. So if we take those first 2 years and get them ready to go, then at 18, right, just like unfortunately these kids at Cathedral City High School, they're not qualified. But if we do our job, which is get them ready, take those 2 years, get them into EMT, get them into, because COD does have programs that you can go take those classes while you're in high school. So now they're 18 and boom, they go right to COD Fire Academy. There's 2, right now there's currently a 1-year program, and there will, within the next year, there will be a 12-week program. 12-week is full-time, 1 year is part-time. So the goal would be then to get them through that, then they're ready to go. But let's say they're still struggling, maybe their interview technique is not as good. We now have an additional 2 years to kind of mentor them and guide them and to be ready. But at 21, they will be done with our cadet program unless the council directs us otherwise.
Oh, great. And if, in case they do not go to COD, what will the cost be to go through the fire department or the fire program?
There will be for us, there will be no cost.
They will have to pay for that themselves.
No, meaning they don't have to, again, are you
Not
talking
the
about the
cadet
cadet program?
Not the cadet program.
The COD Fire Academy?
Correct.
Okay. Right now, you can rent the turnouts. It's about $4,000.
That's very reasonable. Well, thank you. I think you're doing a great, wonderful job out there.
Thank you.
Chief, thank you. Great
Thank you.
presentation. Good job. I don't see any public comments, City Clerk? No, I don't believe so either. So we're going to adjourn the meeting, and this was presentation only for discussion and direction only. There is no formal action required. We'll recess till 5:30. Thank you. me see.
You know it means something.
Yeah, are you doing flag or no? Not you?
There's an active
I think I do the.
So if you go
You do the
bounce
pledge. And
Okay.
you do it, are you doing invocation?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just
Yeah.
have to find it. Shoot. I'm glad you said something because there's all my notes to fire.
Start reading that. Start asking questions. Okay, we're getting ready to go.
Ready when you are, Mayor.
Good evening. I'd like to call the April 24th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for invocation?
Ready, begin.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff for your unwavering dedication to the people of Cathedral City. While we gather here tonight, let us pause and think for a moment about the wonderfully diverse tapestry of voices that guide us here in chambers and the experience that leads us to important decisions. Maya Angelou said, "Nothing will work unless you do." And I hope that you can see that this is the premise by our service to you. We are honored by the trust bestowed upon us by the people we serve and may approach our responsibilities with humility, courage, and a deep sense of purpose. As we deliberate and debate, we may do so with open minds, seeking common ground and solutions that uplift all members of our community. Let empathy be our compass as we navigate the complexities of government, always mindful of the impact of our decision on those we serve. Let compassion be our guide, always mindful how this will affect those people that we are so honored to serve. So tonight, let us work with renewed determination, knowing that by working together, we can build a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Lamb. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ross.
Here.
Mayor Carnevale.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda, Charlie?
Yes, Mayor, I'm recommending that we pull item 5E, declaration of surplus land, and reschedule that for a future meeting. We had a few questions that I wanted to make sure that we were all clear about. So if we can have an extra meeting or two, that will help us to be accurate on that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. City Clerk, will you please read the statement of participation?
Public comment is the opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are within the City Council's jurisdiction but not on the agenda. Because of restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on the agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask a question for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during public comment or request that a matter be agendized for a future meeting. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are a member of the public and you wish to address the City Council, please complete a request to speak form available at the entrance and submit it to the City Clerk. You will be called upon at the appropriate time. If you have materials or other items to present to the members of the City Council, please do not approach them. All materials shall be presented to the City Clerk for distribution. And we do have a couple of people who would like to speak.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Adriana Rojo.
Hello, City Council. My name is Adriana Rojo, and I am the Rotary Interact Advisor for Cathedral City High School, and I am back here again this year to invite you all to join us for our celebration at the Cathedral City Senior Center that's going to take place this coming up Thursday, May 2nd, from 5 to 6:30. This is our 5th annual event that's going to be taking place at the Senior Center. We're going to have food provided. There's going to be a performance by the Cathedral City Ballet Folklorico group that will be there. Dancing, of course, games that we're going to be playing. We're going to be raffling off gift baskets to everybody that are joining. We're hoping that this program is not only going to be growing. We first started off with 50 people and then 100 people showing up, and now we're expecting about 100 to 150 people maybe this year. There's been a lot of talk about it, so we're really, really excited. It's just a great time for us to work with our community and celebrate with our community, especially with the inclusion programs that are going on at the Cathedral City Senior Center. So I will pass these invitations over here, but I just wanted to say thank you so much for this time and opportunity to be able to do this, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before you go, may I just ask, do you have something you've thrown out on your Facebook page?
We actually, as a Rotary group, do not have a Facebook.
So how are you advertising?
We have an Instagram. And
Instagram.
we've reached out also to our communication director for Palm Springs Unified, who reaches out to news organizations. So usually KMRR6 shows
Great.
up at the event.
Great.
And then we share it also with radio stations, plus the Palm Springs Unified podcast and radio station.
Well, it sounds like you're pretty covered, but if you have a little something, shoot it my way, and I'm happy to put it up on my Facebook page.
Thank you so
as well.
much. Really
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jens Mueller is the next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Jens Mueller, Cathedral City. Do you take care of your property? Cut the lawn? Trim the trees? Charlie, do you? Ann? Why do we do it? I do it. I have a gardener come by. Why do I do it? I don't want my neighbors to think badly of me. A broken window, I fix it. Paint peeling, I paint it. You do the same. In 1981, when our founders incorporated the city, they included in the charter several ordinances, a bunch of ordinances. One of them was that no visible trash cans are to be seen. Why'd they do that? Why? Because they understood the principle of broken window, the broken window principle. They understood that if one neighbor has a broken window, the next neighbor will say, well, geez, my window can be broken, or I can leave a couch on the front lawn. Or I can leave an abandoned vehicle on the front lawn. We have an ordinance against trash cans being visible. And we have for years not enforced it. And it's led to 50% of our homes having trash cans visible, couches on front lawns, abandoned vehicles on front lawns, washing machines on front lawns. We have a code compliance department that is not functioning, to be quite frank. Several years ago, we disbanded with 1,000 violations because we didn't know how to adjudicate them. I come to find out now we have over 1,000 again. Charlie, we pay you. I pay you. Adriana, I don't know if you're old enough yet to pay taxes. The citizens of this city pay you $300,000 a year. I pay you $200,000 a year, and I pay Andrew $200,000 a year to take care of this problem for us.
Jens, address the council, not staff, please. Thank you.
My tax dollars pay for these problems to be fixed. You hired these people to solve the problem. Rancho Mirage has it solved. How do they have it solved and we don't? How much have we paid code compliance in the last 10 years? I don't know, $10 million, $1 million a year? What are we paying them for? What are we paying them for? What am I paying them for? If they can't handle something as simple as a trash can. 4 weeks ago, I brought up Citation Processing Center. Has that call been made? Has it been made? We can adjudicate all 1,000 of those, wipe them off, let them handle it, let them collect the fees. Let code compliance do their job. Issue fines for trash cans. There is no reason why we need to have 1,000 open cases. None. I'd have it solved in a day. I have it solved. Why isn't it solved? That's my thing. On this date, April 24th, 2024, I'm holding you in contempt, Charlie. I'm holding Ann in contempt, and I'm holding Andrew in contempt.
Jens, I've asked you not to do that, and your time is up. Thank you very much.
See you in 4 weeks. I hope this problem is solved in 4 weeks.
City Clerk, do we have anyone else?
I have no other request to speak forms, Mayor, but if you're a member of the public and you wish to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Thank
It
you.
appeared the little clock didn't go.
That's okay.
It did.
Can we move on, Nancy, please? Will the city clerk please read the consent agenda?
Actually, Mayor, if we could do council reports first.
Oh, I'm sorry. It kind of got me a little
That's okay.
ticked off a little bit. I apologize. Council reports, we're going to go from west to east. That's you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to start off with, this is a wonderful booklet. I know Mayor Pro Tem Ross knows I'm obsessed with the booklets
She
the city
collects
sends out,
hundreds
but
of
it's just a wealth of information. And this one is sent out by the Desert Recreation District, but again, it's got a great overview of the program that the Desert Recreation District, Cathedral City, Palm Springs Unified School District, using Cathedral City High School pool, and the council and the city staff are working to provide swim lessons and all sorts of frolicking, fantastic activities at Cathedral City High School starting in the summer. And I want to read this top paragraph and I want to thank a special commendation to Nancy Ross, who spearheaded this providing sponsorship for the youth to participate in this program. And it was such a wonderful idea, and it was too complicated for me to figure out, and she figured it out. And anyway, we all came on board. And it says, the City of Cathedral City has full scholarships available due to the generosity of the Cathedral City Council. Scholarships are available on a first-come, first-served basis. So I've run off a couple copies of this and popped it into my neighbors' front doors, just knowing that they have little ones and might want to participate in this. So it's a wonderful activity, and I wanted to start off with that because we only have 4 weeks to sign up. It's already the end of April. Second, I wanted to thank Chip Yarborough. He's not here, but he stepped up to the plate to be part of an interview for the Finance Advisory Committee. And I want to thank all those individuals who participate in the variety of commissions that we have at Cathedral City, with the Arts Commission and the Community Events Commissions and Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, because they receive our good thoughts, but they give up their own time to make a contribution to Cathedral City. And we had a wonderful volunteer and community membership appreciation dinner, and it was just lovely to recognize all their efforts and their contributions. I won't talk about the Butterfly Fest because I'm sure Mayor Mark Carnevale, he was right there, and it was a wonderful job, and he can talk about that. And we had a brand new ambulance, and somebody else I'm sure will mention that. I participate for our city. I represent the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy, and we're still in the process of hiring a new executive director because our current one, Jim Karpiak, is retiring at the end of the month. We're going to miss him tremendously. He's provided wonderful direction and support for this Mountains Conservancy that really influences the character and the culture and the preservation of our beautiful desert throughout the Coachella Valley. I did participate in the economic forecast breakfast, and it was sponsored by the Riverside County Office of Economic Development. It was a great presentation, and somebody might want to talk a little bit about the detail of that. And I did have an opportunity to go to the Agnes Pelton House. It's our very first historic preservation designation for Cathedral City, and I'm very proud that finally came to fruition. It was just a wonderful event, and Councilman Gregory was there, and it was a beautiful morning. And thank you to all the volunteers who made this happen. So kudos to you. Cathedral City Senior Center is having a pancake breakfast, and I'm not going to be able to be here, but they asked that representatives from the city or council, and I think Ann or Charlie and maybe some of the other council are going to be there because they wanted to hear about the 13.5 acres and all the wonderful development that's going on there, and the new 19-unit apartment complex between Cove and Grove. So we're looking forward to that. The next shredding event, and don't you forget, it's Saturday, May 4th, so start scurrying through your house and cleaning out drawers and everything. It's a wonderful, wonderful, easy way to make a contribution to just your home and declutter, and it's easy to do. And Deanna Pressgrove runs that through Public Works, and the shredded trucks are out there, and you just drive up and they take it out of your car for you, so they make it easy. Salvation Army, which is right here on Landau, we have that wonderful building and that wonderful facility, and they've done so much, and they did so much for us as an outreach to the community following Tropical Storm Hillary. But they also offer pickleball classes, and I've been contacted by several of the neighbors saying, we need a pickleball court. So Salvation Army has classes, so I just want to let you know, for those of you that are listening out there in the world, it's right on Landau. And there was a wonderful article. I'm one of the few people that still gets the Desert Sun by paper passed out on my driveway every morning. And a Cathedral City resident, and his name is Michael Seeger. He's a poet and educator residing in Cathedral City, but he wrote this beautiful article all about a morning walk he took across the Ophelia Bringus Bridge, and how he stopped at each of the murals and just got an idea of the love that the community has for this wonderful woman, and did some research on her. But it's a wonderful article, and I just want to thank our Cathedral City residents for cherishing and loving the wonderful things that we have for Public Works in Cathedral City. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gregory, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, it's been a busy 2 weeks as usual since our last meeting. Right after our last meeting, I did take a little break for celebrate another year around the sun for myself. So I did miss a couple of events, but thank you everyone for understanding. About on Tuesday, April 16th, I was joined by many of my colleagues here on the council up in District 5 for an event. We don't have too many events up there, but as already been mentioned, the ambulance pushback that occurred at Station 3. So we're very happy through the leadership of our city staff and our city fire department that we were able to, and of course the support of the city council, we were able to purchase this third ambulance, which is now in full-time in service, stationed primarily out of station, it used to be known as 413, now we call it Station 3, up on land down north of Vistachino. So as was shared there, we know that ambulance is going to be of great service to both our residents and visitors here in Cathedral City, and undoubtedly save hundreds and thousands of lives, along with the hard work of our dedicated fire department. So it was a nice event. Then on Saturday, April 20th, I did attend the Spring Fest, I think it was called, in Century Park. I know the mayor was there, so he maybe want to speak on it a little bit more, but of course we want to thank the Scrap Gallery for being the primary force to put that on, but also assisted by the Cathedral City Evening Rotary, the Cathedral City Boys and Girls Club, and the library were all there, and I'm sure there were other donors. So thank you to each of those for continuing on with these small neighborhood park events. A lot of kids having fun and learning about carrying water, how much of the world has to carry water on their back just to be able to get clean water. So it was, besides being fun, it was also educational. Then I also, as mentioned, that on Sunday, April 21st, I did attend a small gathering at the Agnes Pelton House, where it was just put on by the people there at the Pelton House, where they were unveiling their marker as historic building number 1 here in Cathedral City. So I was happy to, joined by Councilmember Lamb, and was happy to be part of that. And then on Monday, April 22nd, I did travel all the way to Palm Desert to participate in the Riverside County Transportation Commission's budget and implementation meeting. They are, of course, working on their budget for the coming year and running through all the processes to get the funding in place. And then just on Monday, that same day, I also was pleased to be able to go and attend the Congressional Art Competition awards ceremony that was held here over on the other side of the canal, of the flood control canal here, at the Desert Art Woman Gallery that was put on by Congressman Raul Ruiz and hosted at the Desert Art Woman Gallery by their, I guess, owner or the person that runs it, Juliet Voss. And it was a number of high school students from throughout the district there that put their art in for display. The art that's selected as the winner is displayed for a year in the tunnels that go from the congressional office buildings in Washington, D.C., into the Capitol itself. So thousands of people walk by and admire that art every year. Each member of Congress is allowed to post one youth art display there, and the winner also got a round-trip ticket to fly and go visit Washington, D.C. and see their art hanging there in the Capitol. And the winner was Tenzing Carvalho from West Valley High School in Hemet. I think they said this was the second year he has won, so he's getting a repeat out there. I think he's only a 10th grader. It was an amazing work of art that will be hanging in the U.S. Capitol for the next year, I think starting next month. So if you're in the Capitol and happen to have that tour, then your congressional tour, you can look for that work of art. But I was especially happy that they did the little ceremony over there at the Desert Art Woman Gallery. The congressman was very gracious and recognized the growing arts district here in Cathedral City, so it was kind of a little feather in our cap there. Although the winner came from Hemet, the event still occurred here in Cathedral City, so I was happy to be able to go over there and attend. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Something so nice happened to me this last week. I wanted to share it with you. Bob and I have hosted fundraising meals for many years. You might not know it if you're watching. Bob's my husband. Our neighbors and friends like coming to our dinners, breakfasts, appetizer evenings, and many other fun ways that we invent for us to come together as a community and be able to raise money for good causes. Doctors Without Borders, Doctors in Medicine, Boys and Girls Club, Senior Center, you know, the whole list that we have that goes on and on. We've raised tens of thousands of dollars for charities that really need it. But we have not done much since the pandemic, and we really didn't know how it would go over with people, so we thought we'd start small with a breakfast. Before, when we had these fundraisers, breakfast would bring in 30, 40, sometimes 50 people. We just had a few hands helping to put these together. So we put out our flyer in a mailbox in the clubhouse so you could drop your name and your money in to join our event. Well, weren't we honored and shocked when 146 people put their names and their dollars in the mailbox? Our friends stepped up and we all had a great time. Now, it's really common to have a great time, but we're in a 55-plus community. It's less common there, that there wouldn't be a sour word or somebody might say something. But really, frankly, nothing happened but wonderful things. We were honored and we enjoyed the time with our friends and neighbors, although Bob and I were kind of kicking it. But, you know, we were doing the right thing. But it doesn't stop with us helping others. So 8 o'clock is when it started. I saw my phone ring and then hang up and ring and then hang up. Finally, I picked it up. And you might imagine I was a little busy, but when I answered the phone, here it was, Mona Babauta. Mona is the new CEO of Sunline Transit. I'm at the gate and I don't know how to get in, she said. I scrambled out to make sure she found her way into the building. Of course, I wasn't going to charge her for breakfast, as I was so honored she'd even come to our fundraiser, but she didn't want our breakfast. Without discussion, she marched straight into the kitchen, stepped up to the sink, and the next 4+ hours, she never left her position. She managed to single-handedly keep up with all the dishes coming into the kitchen and made all of our lives so much easier, better, and delightful. This wasn't my day to receive kindness. I had expected to be the one giving it. But my day was so much better and brighter with the help of my colleague and my friend Mona and her hard work. I can't wait to return the favor. Thank you.
A lot of dishes there.
That's a lot of dishes.
Maybe you go wash some dishes for her.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it was thousands of dishes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you,
got
Mayor.
the floor.
Well, good evening again. It's nice to be back once again here. Since we last met, I never expected to attend, but it was in the same building here. I attended what is called the Coachella Valley Fast Pitch Competition. I walked in with no expectations. I just walked in and sat there and watched what was going on. To my behold, I got so intrigued to what they were doing and how they were talking. These people were amazing. They were not just business owners, they were inventors, and they were so into their businesses, and they just wanted to pitch it in to people that were interested, that were in the crowd, hoping to get their idea or their business developed and take it to the next level. There was 5 participants that were all so different, from technology to waste management. It was just completely from one spectrum to the other. But I stayed here pretty much for the entire competition. I left before finding out who won, but they had 5 minutes to do their presentation and another 5 minutes to do answering questions type of thing. And Stone James was here, and the event was actually very well participated. There was a lot of participation here. A lot of people attended this event. And first time I attended the event, and I had a great time. And as a matter of fact, there was one invention that I personally would not mind investing in it. It was still think about it, it's called Invest. It's regarding the internet and how it can actually prevent anyone from tracing you, and erases whenever you log on to the internet, erases where you're at and any information that your computer might put out. So any hacker that wants to get you, they will never see you because you're invisible. That's why it's called invisible. So that was a great event. I also attended the Commissioner's Appreciation Dinner, along with Councilmember Lamb and, of course, our mayor, and Councilmember Gray couldn't make it, but Nancy Rice was also there. She left a little bit earlier before I got there, but it was well attended by staff, and most of the commissioners were there. It was a great dinner to actually show our appreciation and everything they do for our city. Sometimes we don't show it, but it was a nice way to actually spend a little bit of time with them and to appreciate them and congratulate them as well. I also met with an advertising representative. What I'm trying to do is trying to educate and to let our residents know about our ordinances when it comes to beautifying our city and what type of ordinances they're violating. As our previous public speaker mentioned, there is quite a few violations or court enforcement violations that are happening throughout the city. And what I want to do is educate them, work with our city, to make sure that we're all in the same page. And once people get educated on what can they do and not do, and what should they do and not do, then we can actually get a little more aggressive in resolving that issue. So I'm working with this advertising representative, maybe to send out some flyers to start to let them know what will be the next step if they don't comply, if code enforcement actually takes charge and starts issuing fines. Talking about code enforcement, I also received a call from a resident that is having some issues with code enforcement. Well, in this case, I have to back up code enforcement. They issued a citation because he added barbed wire on top of his fence and to prevent coyotes from jumping into his property. Well, of course, that's not permitted in our code and is not very sightly. And if we allow one person to do this, then the neighbor and other neighbors are going to do the same. So I left him a message, and I'm sure I'm going to hear from him again, and I will let him know that we're willing to work with him, but we will stand tough in this particular matter. I also got a call from a developer regarding a property that is trying to develop within our city. He was a little bit disappointed that he brought in his project ready to pay his fees, and when he was trying to submit the project for approval, he was denied even to just getting the project accepted for any plan check. And he wants to set up a meeting to talk to our city manager, our mayor, and some of the city staff from planning and not engineering, but building, to see what happened. As a matter of fact, the particular resident developer, he owns Carpet Empire. So Michael will be contacting staff and our mayor to set up a meeting to make sure that we get to the bottom of it and how can we help developers actually do business in our city. I also had a couple phone calls regarding we continue to have problems with illegal food vendors. This particular time, the last time I got a call was, I believe it was yesterday. It was after 4 o'clock. It was about a food vendor that set up shop at the corner of Santoro and 30th. I was busy doing other things, and I forgot to actually forward that into our city staff, but I will be vigilant to make sure that we take care of that. And as we talked about earlier in our study session, we talked about fireworks. Well, I already had residents asking me what are we going to be doing regarding fireworks. She's very, very afraid that what happens with all these fireworks, her pets go completely crazy and they suffer quite a bit. So she contacted me as to what the plans are for the city to protect the residents from this annoyance of fireworks. And what else here? Like many times I do, I drive throughout the city, and just to take a mental note as to what's going on, how we can improve the city, whether it's our roads, whether it's whatever it is that we can see that is an issue. And of course, what keeps coming back to problems in my head is that we do need to reorganize our code enforcement, and we do need to beautify our city. And talking to our city manager, we are going to be talking about Sierra Council meeting. We're going to be getting a presentation as to what process and what steps code enforcement is doing to mitigate that problem. So stand still. That will happen soon, and we will work on it. And one of my main goals is to beautify our city for all residents and businesses, and new businesses and residents that want to move into our city. I also visited with the Horizon neighborhood residents to see what their progress was regarding the rebuilding after Hurricane Hillary, or the Tropic Storm Hillary. And I did get a chance to speak to several residents. They're finally starting to move in, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Still looks like a very desolate area. It looks like a war zone happened just in that particular area. Not a lot going on. Progress is very slow. And I did get a talk regarding some of the residents, what their plans are in regards to our city. And also, of course, as I mentioned before, there's quite a few issues with the residents that hired contractors but did not do their work when it came down to interviewing them and checking to see if they're legitimate contractors. And they're going through so much that they cannot financially fix all the mistakes that their contractors are doing, and have left their properties in pretty much an awful shape as well. And they don't have the money to fix their properties once again. And as you guys may know, it's getting hot out there. Summer's coming, and so are the prices in our energy. And for many of our residents in Cathedral City that do qualify and may qualify for what is called the CARE program the Southern California Edison offers, residents can save up to 30% in the electric bill if they qualify. And others, if you have more than 3 family members, you might be able to also qualify for what is called a FERDA, which is an 18% reduction on your electric bill. And all you have to do is contact Southern California Edison or log on to Southern California Edison online, and you can apply online, or you can call the 800 number, which is 1-800-798-5723. And that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, man. You've been pretty busy. Before I begin my council report, I want to get Mayor Pro Tem back involved here because she left out something very important, that we split districts at Day Palm Country Club. And Nancy did all the heavy lifting with this earthquake preparedness. If you want to give some numbers, how many people showed up and how good the cookies were, and
Okay, I have no idea how many people showed up.
fire
It was
department
a lot
was
of
there.
people,
Then- go
and the
ahead.
fire department was there for sure. Mark brought food for us to nibble on while they did the preparedness class. I'm going to guess, I don't know, did you see him on? I'm going to guess there were 60 or 70 people there. I mean, there were a lot. There were a lot. And they appreciated it, and it was great. And it seems like, I think this is my third or fourth one, and every time there's a different presenter. So it's kind of interesting to know what this person focuses on as opposed to what this person focuses on. But I'm kind of in the weeds because you wouldn't know that if that was the only time going. But anyway, it was really great. They seemed to really appreciate it. The price is right. We do it for free.
Yeah. How many buckets?
30. So we supply 30 buckets that are each worth about $65 or $70. They have a first aid kit that has a million things in it. The first aid kit is so good, the fire department said, will you please give us the list of where you get your first aid kits? They're that good. We'd like to get those kits. And we put in blankets, those silvery blankets that you put on. A fire extinguisher, full-size fire extinguisher. I can't even think of all the things anymore, but it's a lot. I think it's 65 things, maybe $65.50 things.
Home Depot donated the buckets?
Home Depot donated the buckets. Lowe's came in at half price on the fire extinguishers, which, they're really expensive, so that was awesome. And then Target provided all of the can openers, which oddly, can openers like $15 a piece. So that was really nice. And when they did this, they didn't just do it for the 30, they did 90, because this is our second of three emergency preparedness, and they provided the supplies for all of them. And then some of the things, the city gave us some old writing pads that they weren't using anymore, and I somehow absconded with some pens. And then, actually, they knew I was taking the pens. And then, Bob and I picked up a few things. Nothing huge, and before you know it, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah. And
In this case, Bob's my husband, but.
okay. Yeah, but it was a great turnout. There was, they did the drawing, and there was 30 people that went home very happy and very helpful items they took with
I
it.
learned something, though.
What's that?
Two people shouldn't do it from the same family. We had a couple couples
good call.
that both got them,
You can't trust those people at Day Palm Country Club.
We're telling. Anyway, thank you.
No, thank you. She did all the heavy lifting there. Did a great job.
You brought cookies.
Well, thank you. Anyway, I'd like to mention the Cathedral City Evening Rotary Club had their inaugural Invisible Wounds 22K walk event. It was really, really big out there. There's a lot of people that did attend it, and that was held at the Dennis Keats Soccer Park. It was a really good turnout, and all the funds raised will help local VFW and Mission 22 art project. As you can see, the projects out there all done by different artists. There's a list out there that did them, and that's some beautiful work out there, so those will be sold off. I also attended the commission's dinner, and again, Karen Raleigh knocked it out of the park at Century Park with all the families. We had twice the amount of people than last year, and we had supplied popsicles and water. The kids had a fun time out there. Thanks to Ryan, I was able to shoot a quick video with Brendan Marley from the Chamber to get some action going with them. And then I attended the ambulance along with everyone else as well, presentation. Then also Ryan got me hooked up with Fred Rogan. I don't really know who he was, but he interviewed me on, I think it's KMIR, but he was a real interesting man to talk with, and he was interested about all the roads that are being repaved due to Hillary. And so Ryan gave me a list of a bunch of streets out there, and it was really good information that got out there. And so they were excited. He was excited about that. I had a couple people call me. This is going to be odd. How wonderful the code enforcement are working with, getting them through some events and some troubles that they had. They're taking time with them. They're correcting some things. They're not putting no pressure on them. And he said that working with him was very, very comfortable. So that's all I have, I do believe. So we're going to move on. And now I'm going to ask the city clerk to read this consent agenda.
Okay, item number 3A is to waive full reading of ordinances on agenda. Item number 3B is the approval of April 10th study session and regular city council meeting minutes. Item number 3C is to award professional services agreement to Wildan Engineering for construction engineering support services on HZIP Cycle 9B Varner Road Safety Improvement Projects. Item number 3D is the approval of the Parks and Community Events Commission support of the free movies for kids at the Mary Pickford Theater for 2024. Item number 3E is council appointments to various local agencies. And item number 3F is the special use permit 2025 Coachella Valley Bully Fest. And that concludes.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? I don't see anyone.
I don't have any request to speak forms.
Okay, council? Okay, now you got to bear with us. Now we're going to learn a new program. We're going to vote.
So,
So it's working.
yep. We have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ross. And the motion carries, all ayes.
Okay, that worked out well. That was quite easy. Okay, public hearings, city user and regulatory fees update. May we have a staff report, please, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you. Mayor, I was looking for Kevin, who's going to give this report, and I don't see
You
him.
want to come back to this?
Yeah, let's come back to this one.
Okay, then I got to pass that. So we go to right to legislative actions. Appointment to the Finance Advisory Committee. May we have a staff report, please, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this afternoon in the study session, you interviewed a candidate for the Finance Advisory Committee. This is your opportunity, if you were satisfied after that interview, to make the appointment.
Okay, no one, do I need to go through the
So-
public thing?
So you would just want to have council discussion and then
Yeah,
ask for public
council-
comments and then a
council
motion?
discussion or comment? Thumbs, everybody got thumbs up? We're ready to make a motion?
So what we can go ahead and do is someone can make a motion, and then we'll put it in the system since
So
this is a
somebody
little
hits the
bit more
motion
unique.
button?
Verbally do it.
Okay,
Yeah, I clicked
So-
motions.
okay, here you go. So we have a motion by Councilmember Gutierrez and a second by Raymond Gregory, but we need to know what the motion is for. So I assume your motion is to...
I am sorry.
That's okay.
You want to go ahead and read it real quick and then?
So I assume the motion is to appoint,
Yes.
okay. Councilmember Gregory, do you have a screen to vote?
I do not.
Okay.
yes.
The motion carries, all ayes.
Okay, thank you. So a quick note, so whoever makes the motion must read the motion before, whoever clicks the motion reads it, correct? Is that the due process, what we're doing?
Well, in this case, it was just that it's a little unique. There wasn't a staff recommendation, it was council's.
There was in the agenda.
Well, I
there
guess
was a
you're
staff-
correct.
So, yeah,
So-
I think that was the confusion because
I
there was a staff
apologize.
recommendations.
Then I confused the system. So
It all
unless there's a change in the staff's recommendation, go ahead and
All right,
we'll move.
just want to be clear with that. Okay, now, hey, Kevin, come aboard.
So I'll introduce Kevin Biersack, our Director of Financial Services. And 2 years ago, we did a full comprehensive review of our fees and established new fees based on the actual costs that the city incurs to provide the services. Included in that resolution was the ability to, in the off years, in between doing comprehensive studies, to provide a inflationary cost increase based on the Consumer Price Index. That is the item that's before you tonight. Kevin.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, my apologies, nature called. So, As the city manager said, what we are here this evening for this item is the user fee. Basically, this is the CPI increase. This is the Consumer Price Index increase, similar to what we did this past year. So that's what you have before you. Just a little history for the listening audience. You all have seen this slide before. Back in 2021, we did a comprehensive cost of service study, brought it to you all, and that's where we had the resolution. In September of 2021, it had a cost of service model, an allocation model, and a master fees schedule, and that had been 16 years in the making because it was from 2005 to 2021. As a result of that coming to you all, then we implemented that with the 60-day notice in December of 2021. And then because that was halfway through the year, we did then the hall pass and we implemented the first inflationary adjustment in November of 2023 when we did the CPI increase then. So the history. These next two slides you've seen before for the listening audience, examples of user and regulatory fees collected by the city and municipalities throughout the state of California, planning, building, engineering, fire prevention, police type fees. We're not talking service, we're not talking licenses and permits or things like that from a standpoint of anything that's tax oriented, and that's what the next slide is I'm sorry, it's the slide after. Departments impacted by the updates are listed here, which somewhat mirrors the previous slide. This is what it excludes. Taxes, assessments, franchise fees, development impact fees, fines, penalties, service charges. So during the interim years with that resolution in the fall of 2021 that was passed is consumer price index updates. So if you remember when we came to you all this past year for that inflationary adjustment, the first one that we did, that was a CPI of 4.57. This year's CPI increase is 4.26. And basically it's based on the consumer price index from March to March. So when this was published, I believe it was April the 10th, we were able to plug into the model the 4.26% increase. So it did go down a little bit this year versus what it was last year. Another item though was, if you remember, there were certain fees that were phased in. So when we did this back in 2021, there were certain fees that came in at 85%, and you all approved that those would be priced at that for that year, and then in the first inflationary increase, it would go from 85% to 92.5%, and that's what happened last year. So this year, the plan is that the 92.5% will go to 100%. So in that example, that 7.5% coupled with the 4.26% of the CPI increase in bringing those whole actually gets us above 11% with respect to that kind of an increase just on those fees. So now overall, we will be whole across the board. And what will happen is then this next year, and you'll see at the last in one of the last slides, where we go from here this next year. And the plan is to do another fee study. So based on identifying the fees effective for this upcoming fiscal year 24-25 effective July 1st, based on the resolution and the directive from that resolution, any new fees approved by our governing body since the last update, including those, we'll talk about that, the change in the regional cost inflation, and the phase-in that we just talked about on the previous slide. These are the 4 fees that you all have approved since we last did the inflationary adjustment number 1. And 2 of them really are not applicable, and that's the last 2, because those are just the 2.75% and the $1.95 for an e-check. Those will not increase based on the CPI. So the 2 that you all had previously approved over this last 6-7 months were the street vendor permit and the renewal fee were reduced down to $50, and the abandoned shopping cart impound fee within the last month came in at $69.5.
Kevin, on that fee, $1.95, that'll never change, or we're just leaving
And
it
unless that we would come back to you if that kind of fee would change for us.
if it jumps up? Okay.
So if the institution would tie back to, it goes up to 250, we would come back to you.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And my understanding at the next fee study, we're going to be looking at whether that fee makes any sense or whether we actually spend more than that processing a physical check.
Based on the direction at the council meeting, which I believe was on the 27th of
Yeah,
March.
it just occurred, but yes. So we didn't expect it for here, but when we're talking, I just thought I'd bring it up since you're talking about it never changing. We are going to be re-examining that.
Correct, but it wouldn't have changed based on the CPI or anything like that.
Thank
It
you.
would only be if there's a cost to us. So this update is comprised, and those were the 3 attachments to the staff report: the resolution, the illustration of the current fees and the proposed fees, and the fee schedule update. Bottom line, this supports the city's strategic plan goal C, fiscal stability and sustainability. These adjustments were originally noticed in the original resolution back in 2021. With respect to the public hearing, and in this example, we actually have to publish it twice. So we published it both on April the 5th and April the 12th. And then we provided notice to the 5 organizations listed in here: the Tribe, the Band of Indians, the BIA, the DVBA, the SoCal Edison, and SoCal Gas. We did receive feedback and had back and forth discussion with the DVBA. They basically tied back to an issue with respect to, from a building standpoint, is there the potential of double dipping through our own internal coordination? I believe we've ended up and landed with that there isn't the opportunity for that based on the CPI index and the voluntary valuation that comes forth with respect to the building fee from the ICC.
Okay, you lost me in the last 2 sentences. So what does that mean? Can you speak Nancy for me?
The DVBA came back to us and they did have one objection. And so with our dialogue back and forth, both verbally and in writing, what we tied back to was the recommendation in that next user full deep dive next year when we do a fee study update, we will actually do the deep dive into that. But right now, our evaluation, our consideration is that CPI of the 4.26 and the voluntary valuation that can come in from the public with respect to their building code, it's not like we're double dipping with extra fees. And if need be, we can either have the city attorney or Andy come up and
Yeah, I think somebody
give a
needs to
deeper dive.
define, because this is the first time I'm seeing something about, because of course we receive correspondence also, something about the International Code Council annually having some type of valuation increase, and somehow that affects these fees.
So the simplest answer is that our fees are based on the valuation of the building permit when it comes in. That is self-reported by an applicant. They're representing the labor costs, the construction costs of their permit. And we have a table in the fee schedule that translates that into a fee. So the CPI is only adjusting the fee and the fee schedule. If there is an increase in construction costs, either labor or materials, that's independent from the fee schedule. That's a market condition that's unrelated to this, and there's not a one-to-one correlation either. In the fee schedule, you'll see that there's a base fee. That base fee is a constant, and then there is a multiplier that is based on the additional, say, $1,000 for a permit. So there may be a small increase in that fee that we receive when there's an increase in construction costs, but it's not one-to-one. And if we were to, say, grant the argument by the DVBA, our cost recovery would not increase. We would not see an increase in our revenues to offset our labor costs for our permit technicians, our plans examiner, our inspectors, and over time, we would not be in a position that we're at full cost recovery.
So this International Code Council setting, that would occur anyways, whether we were raising our fees now or not. Is
On a
that
building
correct?
permit application, the applicant self-reports the valuation of the permit. And we're only looking at that ICC table in an instance where a building official questions the valuation that has been reported by an applicant. So we would look at that to determine what a reasonable construction cost would be for that permit if the building official determines that they may be underestimating or underreporting that valuation. So we use that as a check and balance.
But that would occur regardless of whether we were putting our CPI on our
Correct.
fees or not. It
Yes.
really has nothing to do with that.
Right.
That's what it sounds like.
It has nothing to do with that, and really it's ensuring that when the application comes in and the applicant is reporting what their construction costs are, that there's a check and balance and that we're capturing what those costs are, the labor, the material cost for that project.
I see. Thank you. I understand. Thank you for.
Can I just follow back up with that then? Answer your question. So they very specifically said this becomes a violation of the Mitigation Fee Act, where one fee is increased by one index after another when that index increase exceeds the 4.26%. That's why you get paid the big bucks, Eric. And since I'm not.
I would approach the answer like this. If you read the sections in the Mitigation Fee Act, essentially what it says is that your permit cost can exceed the reasonable cost of you providing the service. And in this case, we're saying that our CPI increase plus whatever adjustment that's inherent in the self-reporting of a value of a property is necessary to reflect the reasonable cost of our service. And I haven't heard an argument or seen any information that says this mechanism doesn't reflect the reasonable cost of service of our permit.
Yeah, and what I don't get is if they're saying it's 2 fee increases. It's not. We're increasing our fee. The valuation table may increase, theoretically could decrease if somehow magically costs went down, but usually would probably increase. But that's a valuation table. That's not a fee we're imposing.
Correct.
We're just raising our fee as we had always planned to do, so.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you both. So that was the only feedback we received was from the DVPA. The potential impact, when you look at it in the end, and the good news is this will be effective with the 60-day notice, and this is the month of April. These will actually be effective July the 1st, so it will be for the whole fiscal year. So when you look at if we have level activity compared to last year and then the trajectory of where we're at this year and hopefully being at the same level by the end of this fiscal year, revenues could increase up to $500,000, and we'll take it. As we discussed on about 4 slides back, some revenues are not applicable. For example, the business license tax portion. The processing fee, that type of thing is applicable, or the inspections or the permits that tie back to it, that is applicable, but not the actual business license tax portion.
And there are certain activities that we desire to promote, like having a alarm permit, or having an alarm in your house, and so we're not increasing the fee should there be a false alarm, or other fees that we've lowered, as you've already kind of pointed out, like having a licensed food cart, that type of thing. So those aren't being affected by the CPI, correct?
Those are affected by this as a permit fee. That would be affected by the 4.26. So they go up depending upon what it might be, anywhere from $3 to $5, depending upon the actual amount.
Both of those? Same thing with a false alarm?
So for the alarm permit, yes. And then
So there are
like
certain,
a
there are
fire
certain
permit.
fees that when we went through the whole study, we determined these are fees that are related to activities the city wishes to promote, like having a burglar alarm, so we're not going to raise those fees by the CPI. When I looked in the report, they didn't appear to be raised. Are you saying
Anything that was left static that we had made the previous decision, that is correct. I was just tying back to generic permits will go up by the CPI, sir.
Right. I'm just trying to recognize there are certain ones that we had predetermined that they weren't tied to CPI, and the primary reason being that because they were activities that we wished to promote.
And next year, we will tie back to when we do, on the next slide, when we talk about what we'll be doing next year, we'll revisit all of those from a deeper dive standpoint.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So the key dates, the ratification today, April, we talked about the 60 days, the July 1st implementation effective date. And finally, the last slide here is to engage ClearSource for a fee study update during FY 24-25 for a new fee study that would be effective July 1st of 25, which would be the next fiscal year. And the intention would be that if we would follow that mindset of a fee study update every 3 to 5 years, we would incorporate CPIs in between. And if we can get more on this regular fiscal year basis, then maybe this next go around, and we've already had initial discussions with ClearSource. Next time, instead of having 2 adjustments, CPI adjustments, we might have 3 and stretch it out to be like a 4-year thing rather than a 3-year. Questions? Answers?
Council comments or questions? Okay.
Yes,
Please.
sir.
Thank you for the presentation.
Certainly.
My question is, since the implementation of the fee schedule, of course, construction has slowed down, and the fees have gone up. Have you seen that the increase in fees and revenue coming in from the increase of fees has somehow leveled the revenue?
Yes, sir, and that was a comment back with respect to when we look at last year and then we look at our trajectory of where we're at for 9 months this year. It looks like we should be able to meet that, but because of the activity, and that's the caveat, if we have the same activity, then potentially the $500,000 next year could be achievable. But when you compare where we're at this year versus last year and the year before, you can see that in some respects, there has been a little bit of a slowdown. The other thing, though, is from a revenue standpoint, with respect to some of the backlog that we had before, and with catching up on some of that backlog, we also caught up on some dollars as a result, too. So it all kind of like, but we're in a better, our backlog isn't what it was, and you see that in reports that come from development services. It wasn't like it was. And quite honestly, what we're seeing with the customer self-service portal and the activity and the trajectory that's going up, and you saw that in a weekly report a few weeks ago through March, and we already know that April looks like it's exceeded March, and we're only what, the 24th of April. So around the 19th or 20th of April, we had already exceeded where we were at in March in dollars and transactions.
And Councilmember, the activity level downstairs throughout development services, both on the planning side, building side, and engineering, has been very active. The staff down there, I don't think have been, and I'm going to look to Andy to nod and John to nod, that they're not seeing kind of slowdown. And in fact, the department staff are very busy with a lot of projects that are coming in, either new projects or projects that are making its way through the system. So it's been very consistently busy. It might not be kind of at a peak level, but it's been still a lot of development activity going on.
And some of that ties back to what Ann's referring to, also ties back to we can get customer deposits in, and we can go through the downstairs in Andy's organization, the pre-entitlement, and John's organization, the post-entitlement phases. So we're working off those developer deposits, and then the permits coming later. So there seems to be that kind of good activity with respect to developer deposits and people coming in the door for new projects. We
And
just
my
don't
last
see
question-
that permit stuff till later.
And my last question is, I think you answered it earlier during your presentation. The next fee update that is planned is in a year?
So what we will engage ClearSource in the fall. We're looking at the September-October timeframe because that requires significant meetings with development services, with engineering, public works, with police, and with fire, and to be able to tie back to. And so typically what we saw back in the 2020-2021 timeframe was an average of at least 3 meetings with each group. So we just need to be able to schedule that so they already know we're going to earmark them with respect to going back to ClearSource, and we will peg them in the August timeframe for an updated
Of this year?
impact. August of this year so that will all happen during next fiscal year for a July 1st implementation in July of 2025.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions, comments? Okay. At this time, is there any, at this time, I'd like to, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Are there any members from the public who wish to comment on this item? Are there any members from the public, or excuse me, are there members from the council who'd like to make a last comment? No. Okay, at this time, I will close the public hearing. Are we ready for a motion?
Maybe.
Sorry, the screen is not showing. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ross and a second by Councilmember Gregory, and the motion carries all ayes.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Michevella Fest City Sponsorship Request.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up. Last meeting, you approved a special use permit for this event. They requested the council to consider a sponsorship for it. You needed a little bit more information in order to make a decision on that. So we are back with the additional information, and the purpose of this is to determine if and at what level you wish to be a sponsor.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, it's good to be with you this evening. As City Manager mentioned, this is a follow-up. I'll go briefly through what you've already approved just to kind of set the foundation for the sponsorship request, just briefly. But this would be Luchador Brewing's Michevella Fest. They had one last September for Mexican Independence Day. They have one in May that you've already approved. Both of those were the Festival Lawn Annex, which is that area of land right by Luchador Brewing. So that'll happen again in May. This is for a request of the amphitheater usage. So as I think I mentioned at the last meeting, they had to turn people away. They had about 1,600 attendees looking for a bigger footprint. And so they're hoping that they can move to a larger venue like our community amphitheater. So the event will feature vendors, live music, lucha libre, food trucks, and over 20 choices of beer. And it's a public ticketed event, $12 pre-sale, I believe, and $15 day of the event if you wanted to get a ticket at the door. And this was just kind of the general layout that they provided, which is not too dissimilar from what I saw from Desert Brew Fest, which is another event that that you all approved as a council in the amphitheater. The car showcase is different, and the kids zone obviously on the left there too. But wanted to make sure we just kind of showcase the map layout that they're using for our amphitheater. Okay, so after the meeting, I think they took in feedback from you all as a council, and they have presented a new sponsorship proposal, and they have upped the Cathedral City residents discount to 25% of all tickets. So if you're a Cathedral City resident, you'll get 25% off. And they have also offered us an additional booth. Councilmember Gregory, I think wisely pointed out, though, just with the two officers, what that value would present. Chief Crum, who I'll have him kind of weigh in here just for a little bit of what they plan to use this as a benefit. He sees it as an in-kind swap, but I still wanted to be able to present that value is $25.90 for the officers. So, Chief, do you want to elaborate on just kind of how police can utilize this and how beneficial it will be for the department?
Absolutely. My thought process on this event was an opportunity for recruitment. So I had spoken to the fire department and human resources and thought that maybe if we could get 2 tables, we could set up recruitment for those 7 hours. We have exposure to, I'm guessing, close to 2,000 people, and get that opportunity to hopefully recruit for all of the open positions that the city may have.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So,
Pardon me. Oh, there it comes.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So the question is, though, is that all you're going to need for the festival are those 2 officers? Are you going to have additional officers, say, in the parking garage or at the entrances, those types of things?
My initial look at the event, we would typically have 2 officers inside the event. We would also have our officers that are on duty and be able to respond to anything that may occur. But we would still have the 2 officers inside with eyes on the event itself.
So you don't anticipate needing additional just dedicated there other than the 2 that are inside, that would be manning the booth but available to handle issues if they should.
Correct, and I'm
That
going,
was the big question, because they're asking for, all of the city's costs to be waived.
right.
And then it's a little confusing because they're talking about this booth, but then the question comes, well, is that all of the city, the city staff time that's being invested in this or not?
Right.
So,
It would be those two officers primarily assigned to the venue with, if you will, a collateral duty of recruitment, working with HR and fire in that regard. But we would have all of our regular on-duty officers available for any event that may occur inside the venue. I'm also with the understanding, looking at the plans for the event, that they have a significant amount of private security
That's correct, Chief.
that will be available, so we would certainly be able to supplement that as well.
all right, we haven't had a request for fire to be stationed there, or an ambulance to be stationed, or anything like that?
We have not, Councilmember.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Even though the two police officers are going to be there on a free booth, we're still paying those officers overtime or their time to be working there. So, I mean, the city's picking up the freight for the two officers to be there, so.
They would typically be used with on-duty officers with that type of an event, so it would not be a time and a half rate. Ryan has provided what that time and a half rate would be, but I can potentially staff it with on-duty officers as well.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you have, and our recommendation is to approve, but obviously up to you all as a council, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, we're going to start on the west side.
Okay, and I have misgivings about this, only because, this is a for-profit event. It's not a nonprofit, so they're asking us to waive all these fees. And it's going to be coming out of your, in this report, it says it's going to be coming out of your budget, and I don't know what your total budget is, but this is a hefty amount that would pretty much.
I think, Councilmember, the
So-
city sees this as an opportunity. I kind of glossed over this. I should bring it up because it's important. Is we're not doing anything to recognize Mexican Independence Day in a majority Latino community, and
Right.
so I think we saw this as an opportunity to leverage and use one of our venues to be able to showcase that for the community. So that's an important note. I appreciate you
Yes.
reminding me.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we think that this the tie-in to Mexican Independence Day, and I do have the funds available in the sponsorship budget under the communications and events.
Oh, perfect. And also, past councils and prior, everybody's had this commitment to the Arts and Entertainment District.
Yes.
And Luchador has been an unbelievable, asset to this part of our development, and the picture of how we see the downtown being used. So, I'm very amenable to that, and they offer a wonderful product, and every event that they've had is just shoulder to shoulder people and everybody having fun, and they've just been wonderful partners. So anyway, I just wanted to open that up and have everybody else's input on it, but
Thank you, Councilmember. I
Yeah.
appreciate that
Yeah,
feedback.
you
Thank
bet.
you.
Councilmember Gregory, please.
So I'm going to open the same way. I have some misgivings about this, but, and I do appreciate, I think it's important what you're saying, the distinction that although this wouldn't be necessarily a city event, it's in recognition of an important cultural time in our city. It's just, yeah. And I really had misgivings initially because I think, well, two reasons. So I'll start with my reason number 2 first. Because we hope to have big events in the amphitheater and recognize even at $5,000, they don't necessarily pay for that much because the amphitheater was expensive to build and to operate. Of course, it's expensive just to have it sit empty too, one could argue. But that we had hoped to raise some funds that were never going to really pay for it, but that, would help offset some of the maintenance, and eventually things have to be replaced and repaired just from normal wear and tear. And if we continue to have where we sponsor events that go in there and we don't collect any hard dollars, then, then we didn't really accomplish part of what we hoped to do, have some great events, but we didn't really recover. So I think we had kind of taken the stance that these private events, well, they needed to pay our very reasonable fee or show some really substantial value to the taxpayers here in Cathedral City that justified the money that they were asking for. So certainly when you looked at what a Cathedral City resident would get out of this, there's always the hard to define goodwill of having an event, and it brings people to our city thing that gets thrown around kind of loosely, which may or may not be true. Fortunately, it seems like a lot of our local venues and restaurants, and a lot of this would be focused on the Luchador. They've been doing pretty well already. So if you were going to translate that into hard dollars, it's a little bit hard to see how it's going to make a substantial difference for the city to take $5,000 plus $5,000 or more of costs, for the police officers, and say, well, the city, hey, taxpayer, the city really made money because, that we attracted so much more business to the city. We probably offset that in some way. It's just, it's a little hard to see that. So, but with that said, I have attended their events in the past. I think that they are well done. Not all of the outside ones we've had so far have been as well done, but I think theirs have been well done. I think there are, as far as the Luchador itself, is a great addition here to the downtown. I do appreciate them coming from a 10% to a 25%. I see the other part with the booth kind of paying for the rest of this stuff and the advertisement, that type of thing. So to me, the $5,000, you look and say, well, what if I wanted to go to this and I am a resident here in Cathedral City? Am I getting $5,000 worth of value? I don't know. My feeling is this is probably more of what they've offered here in the $2,500 range of value back to the taxpayers. And that's hard to define, but that's kind of my feeling. I don't know how many people, at 25% off, they would be getting $3.75 off.
Bring about a $15 ticket to a little over $11.
So,
and that's, I don't know what, I didn't do the
well, that's what they
calculation.
would pay.
Right.
So not getting
Correct.
that off. So that's what I'm
Correct.
saying. I think it's like $3.75. So if you
Right.
had a few hundred come, you're only talking about $750. I mean, I'm not saying it should equal quite as amount because there is some goodwill part of that in there.
Sure.
I still think it's a little low for a $5,000 sponsorship. I would be looking more for 25% off of what it is. More in the $2,500 range, I would think would be reasonable, but, I'm not necessarily, it's hard to split sometimes. So those are just my thoughts, Mayor. I'm very torn on this, and a lot of it is just on the precedent that it sets. Because they'll be back, hopefully, it'll be a great event.
Sure.
And they'll be back, and they'll be looking for the same type of a deal or better, I think, than what they got this time. And then others are watching too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I support this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you. I have to agree with most of Councilmember Gregory mentioned. I don't have mixed feelings about the event, but I do have big feelings about the sponsorship. I agree with all of his comments that $5,000 does not make up for $3 with a savings per ticket. Therefore, I don't think I'm going to support this issue here.
All right, thank you very much. You can't blame them for asking. They're sharp business people. There's a lot of money to be made there. They're going to have this event, whether Cathedral City sponsors it or not. But my feeling is that we should not be sponsoring this with taxpayers' money. I think it's going to be complicated down the road for a profit for us to sponsor a for-profit business, we might have some repercussions down the road when somebody else might say, hey, listen, I'm going to have some at my other restaurant, or an auto dealer. Now they want us to be a sponsor there too. I just think that that's just going to cause some complications down the road. I know this is going to be kind of upsetting for them if it doesn't pass, but I was just crunching numbers. I did it at the house. I crunched numbers right here. The numbers they get for the event, the food, the beer, it's a good profit for them, and I wish them very well. But myself, I can't support this at $5,000 or $2,500. So, any other word from council?
Additional comments is that if we're having the Desert AIDS Project pay for the entire amount, and the Autism Foundation pay the entire amount, and many other organizations which are nonprofit, why should we pay for this sponsorship or do this sponsorship for $5,000? So I'm not in agreement with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public?
I don't have any requests to speak forms, Mayor.
Any other words from council? Nothing? Okay. Can we have a motion? Do we have to?
Do we have a motion?
Do we have a motion? Do we have to read the motion, or?
Well, I'm getting, I'm getting the feeling that there may not be support of this, so is there a motion to approve the recommendation?
I move to approve.
Okay, so let me start the motion. So we have a motion to approve. We would need a second. I'm not seeing a second.
Okay.
So the motion would die.
Okay.
Failed the motion.
All right. Now, how do we get this off the screen?
I'll clear it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Approve Public Arts Commission recommendation for a call for artists for the Ocotillo Bench Painting Project, and authorize $16,150 in art and public places funds for the project. May we have a staff report, please?
Why are there those different amounts? I was curious.
I'm sorry?
Why are there those different amounts?
Because there was an error in the staff report.
Yeah, from here and there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. So the item before you is a recommendation being brought forth from the Public Arts Commission. They have been working for quite a while now on a public art project that would paint the 23 concrete benches at the Ocotillo Park by various artists. This would be a project similar to the bench painting project that was done outside the Cathedral City Library. And the commission desires to enhance the park by adding a new artistic element. Oh, sorry. Thanks. A new artistic element throughout the park. And it also furthers a commission goal of making art more publicly available throughout the city and not so concentrated here in the downtown area. So at the April 9th meeting, the commission voted to approve a call for artists process and a proposed budget for the project. Artists would be provided a $500 stipend for their original artwork that would be painted on the benches. And at staff's recommendation, and this was working with the Public Works Department, the Public Works Department would contract for a painter to prime all of the benches and then apply a graffiti-resistant top coat on top of the artist's finished artwork. And this is just an example of the benches that we're talking about, and there are 23 of them throughout Ocotillo Park. And although this is a little difficult to see, each of the benches are numbered, so they're kind of throughout the park area. So if the council approves this item tonight, the commission will open up the call for artists and have that open through the end of May. The commission will then review the artists' submittals in July and submit their selections to the City Council for final approval at the August 14th City Council meeting. And then in October, after it cools off a bit, the artists will come in and paint the benches over the weekend of October 11th through 13th. And then PAC is working with the PACE Commission on an unveiling event on October 19th. And as they get that more vetted out, they will come back to the council for approval for funding to support that event. So the total impact, fiscal impact for this project is $16,150. And so there was an error in the recommendation that had this originally listed at $16,500. And so we caught that a little bit late in the game. So what this amount will provide for is $11,500 for artist stipends at $500 each, $4,150 for the priming and top coating of the benches, and then $500 for incidental expenditures. So I wasn't at the PAC meeting when they discussed this item, and there was some discussion about whether there were 23 or 24 benches, and so they had made a recommendation to authorize funding for 24. So that left an extra $500 in the mix. And we would like to propose just keeping that in budget in case there's a need for drop cloths or some other incidental costs related to the painting of the benches that might be necessary. And this project will be funded by the Art and Public Places Fund. And so it's staff's recommendation for the City Council to approve the Public Arts Commission's recommendation for the call for artists for the bench project, and to authorize $16,000, oh, see, I got it on my staff report too, $150. Oops, sorry. Did that again, going backwards. Authorize $16,150 from the Art and Public Places funds for the project. And this project aligns with the council goals of Goal B, community investment, and that our city roads, gateways, public spaces, and infrastructure are well planned, designed, constructed, and maintained, and that we are maximizing the use of existing resources to include underutilized parks and the library to support goals with the budget that we have. And I am available for any questions.
And when we spoke in Charlie's office, you mentioned that you were going to open it up for a younger age than we did at the library?
Yeah, so right now, the application for the artists is for artists 18 and older. And one of the things that was discussed a little bit by the Public Arts Commission, although they didn't amend the agreement, would be to allow, if, say, an artist was 16, what it would require is for the artist to have their parents sign authorizing them to do that, because the artist will have to sign an agreement that this is their original artwork, that gives the city permission to replicate it if, say we wanted to make a calendar or something with the art pieces, or just use it for publication purposes. So it would require an adult to sign off on that. So I would recommend that we perhaps all amend the agreement, or amend the application process to allow for artists 16 and older, and then if someone is under 18, they would just have to have a parent sign for it.
Okay, and then one other question. Would the artist present a picture of the bench before they begin, he or she begins working on it, for our approval, and we have the right to say, well, this is kind of not what we're looking for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So with the call for artists, the artists would submit their actual proposed artwork for the bench. And the Public Arts Commission, instead of doing a subcommittee of the commission, what they have agreed to do is that as a full body, they will sit and look at the different pieces that are submitted and make final recommendations. And then those final recommendations with those pictures and where they'll be in the park will come to the City Council for final approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamb, question?
I have no questions.
Councilmember Gregory? Mayor Pro Tem?
I do. 6 weeks is a pretty short time to put an ad out and to get people interested and to get them apply and then draw the artwork. Are you sure you can get it done in that period?
The commission felt that was reasonable. The commissioners have been out actively speaking to a lot of the members of our local artist community and talking about it and promoting it. So we think it's a reasonable time frame. And then they plan to take the summer months to kind of go through that, go through the process of reviewing the artists, and then we'll see where we go. If it turns out that we're not getting the response, we can certainly go back and look at extending deadlines to increase the opportunity for that time frame for the artists to submit.
Great, so as long as you're prepared for that. I wish you the best. I hope that they all turn them in, in 2 weeks, but yeah, but it's life and
exactly.
sometimes,
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ann. I don't see any public comments. Okay, then any other comments from council?
I would just clarify that on this one, I would ask that whoever makes the motion that the amount be corrected to the $16,150 rather than what was in the recommendation in the staff report.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
So I made the motion, and it should be corrected to 16,150.
So we do have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ross. And the motion carries, all ayes.
Great, exciting. Special use permit, SUP procedure and rental cost update. May we have a staff report, please?
This is also a follow-up to a discussion that you had, I think, right before Christmas, related to the fact that we didn't have rental fee rates in place for our facilities downtown other than the amphitheater, and also a procedure to allow, under certain circumstances, special use permits to be issued administratively where they weren't asking for any concessions or anything. So Ryan will present this item for you.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, one presentation in between. I'm back up with you. Happy to be with you to talk about what I think has been much needed for quite some time with the special events fee schedule and the special use permit procedure and policy update. It was a presentation, and this is a follow-up with some action on components to a December presentation that I gave to you all in study session. So the biggest thing, and I had gone over this, and I think the numbers were a little bit higher, I did sit down with our financial services director, Mr. Biersack, and we went through and kind of talked about where we thought some of the holes were and where we could do a better job of recovering some costs. And so one of the things on the previous version of the special use permit, in addition to having Chris Parman's name still on there, Councilmember Gutierrez pointed that out a few meetings ago, so that's now updated as well. That we really believe that the $600 cleanup deposit should be mandatory. Right now, it's very wishy-washy in the language of it's optional or it's up to the council's discretion. We think that that should be a deposit that's already built into the process. And then if they're a great steward of the venue, wherever they are, then they get that $600 back. If we do need to recover some costs for trash cleanup, or if they leave a little bit of a mess, then we have a little bit at our disposal. But right now, this is really dating back to, I think, the origin of this process. I don't remember seeing a $600 cleanup deposit that's been collected. So I think this needs to be a little bit more strongly worded in the SUP, which is included in your attachments as well. So as I mentioned, the deposit would be returned to the event, but we think that no matter where you're booking an event at one of our venues, that this shouldn't be an optional cost. This should be a mandatory deposit. And then, the area of downtown, as I think I mentioned to you all in December, that a lot of the areas that are frequently requested that have been free, so to speak, have been Civic Center Plaza, which is the breezeway and steps in front of City Hall, also known as the Paseo area. And I think that's one that we've seen an uptick of applications. Town Square Park and Avenida Lalo Guerrero, which, right now the entire street can be booked for $0. And to me, that's a big footprint. Let's say we get a farmer's market SUP, I'm just using that as a hypothetical, something to that effect that we're not really protected if we're just letting in free. We don't want to be cost prohibitive either. We want to have a good balance there. We don't want to, we obviously have taken into account nonprofit rates you'll see and for-profit rates. So we're trying to be good stewards of everybody's financial budget and working with them on that. So we do think that the fees should be associated with all of these venues, so I'll outline kind of what our recommendation is for these fees. Civic Center Plaza would be $300 for profit, $225 nonprofit. That rate would be for every 2 hours. We're basing these hour rates on multiple events that have booked for this amount of time, so I'm not pulling these numbers out of nowhere. These are typically kind of what I've seen, a reception gala typically in the 2-hour range for that Civic Center Paseo Plaza area. Town Square Park, $500 for profit, $375 nonprofit. That rate would be for every 4 hours. Avenida Lalo Guerrero, $2,500 for profit, $1,500 nonprofit. That would be the day rate to be able to have that. A lot of these Avenida Lalo Guerrero requests too for special use permit require street closures, and so that would also help us go to protecting some of the costs that we incur for staff resources as well. And then the Festival Lawn, which is another big plot of land that is currently free to rent. We think $1,000 for profit, $750 nonprofit is fair for every 4 hours using that. And then the Festival Lawn Annex, we put $300 for profit, $225 nonprofit, and that rate would be for every 4 hours. So staff resources. So Communication Events believes that the updated SUP should better specify, and we believe it does now, to include any staff needed for setup, day of event responsibilities. So, for example, an event serving alcohol would require 2 officers on site. We mentioned the billable rate is at $185 per officer, but partial or all anticipated payments may be due prior to the event. We really think that the notification and the receiving these should come in 30 days.
Is the billable rate $185 for an officer, or did we just raise it tonight?
No, I believe that's the current rate.
That's for 2 hours?
I thought that was for 1 officer, yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so $5 off, it's $190, yeah.
Well, that's why that's interesting. If you're going to make that the normal form, you're either going to have to update it from time to time, or in the form, you're going to have to say something like, well, what's as specified by the current, fee schedule.
Well, right now it says 135, so it needs to be.
Well, no, you're definitely making better, but I'm just saying either you need to make sure that you update it from time to time, or change the wording so that it automatically updates.
I think
from
this
time to
document
time.
should be updated every year, personally. I mean, I think the last time it's been updated was, I think, 2017,
Well,
2018.
and the SUP fee, probably, if it didn't change, it probably should be reviewed and changed from time to time too, because that's supposed to pay for the time and effort of
Absolutely.
Of someone.
Yes. No, and I totally understand the point you're making. We want it to be accurate, but if it's language that maybe, like you said, if it changes frequently, if it's
No, it's better. It just caught my eye because
Yes.
I remembered, I'm actually thumbing through, 'cause I'm thinking, oh yeah, I thought that the cost for the officer
Yes.
just went up. We just approved it to go up here. Again, not this minute, but it will go up very soon.
Absolutely, effective July 1. So we'll make sure that that's reflected for sure, absolutely. And then Public Works and Facilities, we really think that, this is something that needs to be worked out in advance. And so when these applications come through, I always reach out to the event applicant and go over the need for any road closures, any needs for Public Works. As I mentioned, road closures, those need to be accounted for. So we'll be working those into proposals moving forward to bring to you all as council to make sure that our staff resources are covered for these events and expenses as well. And then also kind of the administrative side, as the city manager mentioned, the updated checklist. We're calling it small scale events. It really is events that we feel like check the box as far as being able to approve administratively. But I will say that Councilmember Gregory brought up what I thought a great point for protection for the city is that as staff, we should have there would be an exception made if the event applicant is serving alcohol. I'll get into that in a second. But we should really be able to have protection to bring it to you all as a council if we're concerned. Let's say they check all of the boxes on our checklist administratively, but we have concerns that it may be a controversial event or something that you all need to weigh in as council. So we will be working in kind of an opportunity statement or something protecting us for that as well. That will be added to the document that I've attached to the special use permit. So I thought that was a great suggestion to beef up.
And when it says administratively, is our city manager making okay, for the final?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to, thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, and I mentioned some examples the last time, but I think it's good to go over. We mentioned the autism walk event, DAP Health Volunteer Appreciation, Home Depot Foundation Beautification event at the Salvation Army. These are really events that don't seek out resources beyond communications and events. And so if it's not requiring Public Works, if it doesn't require police, if they're not asking you all for any sponsorship dollars as you approved tonight for the Coachella Valley Bully Fest, if it's somebody paying as is and you've already approved it, previously, that's what we mean by administrative approval. So certainly don't want you to think that any new events or big scale things, they'll all be coming through you as they do, and we appreciate your feedback and approval on all of those. So as mentioned, we can look at that application fee. It probably is time to maybe start updating that and looking at that as well. It's at $510 currently for downtown. We would be now making the cleanup and damage deposit mandatory, as I mentioned, so that would be $600 in addition to the $510 application application fee. We would still require a proof of insurance with a minimum of $1 million in liability coverage, naming both the city and the event, a copy of a site plan using our map, or using some, sometimes they'll reach out to us, we'll give them kind of a blank map that they can use to create, as you saw with Luchador and Autism Event. We give them a blueprint if they're going to be a frequent steward or tenant of our venues. We'd like to have something that's a little bit more visual. I think the one where it just kind of sketches in the area, we'd like something a little bit more specific and detailed than that. And a document, as I mentioned to Councilmember Gregory's suggestion, a document will also be attached to the special use permit specifying that the city retains the right to send certain events to City Council if they meet criteria for administrative award. The 5-year strategic plan would be F6, which is to promote additional community events and celebrations, and our recommendation is to move forward with the new procedure and mandatory fees for event organizers for the special use permit process. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
I don't have any questions. I think it's long overdue, so I think it's good.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Not really a question, thank you so much. Other than what I've already talked about, you really want to have everything else for 4 hours, but the paseo be a 2-hour. And I know I heard your explanation, which I could appreciate, that your experience is that most of the ones that want to use that,
it's usually for like an awards reception or a short period of time, a dinner that's done for volunteers.
Because it's a little confusing in the sense that if a group, if they say, well, what's the cheapest? You can say, well, that's the cheapest, but if you go over 2 hours, technically the town
doubles.
square is the cheapest. So, yeah. But, as long as that's an intentional
It was,
thing.
yeah, and we went back and forth on that when I was meeting with the financial services director, and kind of looked back at the last 5 to 10 events of each venue that have been booked, looking at the times. It averaged out to actually a little less than 2. It was usually about an hour and a half. So,
All right. Well, it does allow, if they're going to have a short event, a cheaper option.
it does, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? I don't see any public comment. Are we ready for a motion? We are ready for a motion.
I don't have that same screen anymore, but here, let me just try to do this on my own. Just let me see if I can figure this out. Because we do have to live with it, right? No, I see you coming. Just let me see if I can figure this out.
To approve?
Yeah, no, I clicked on that. And I can get out of it altogether, but that's not.
This is the viewer for the digital board. There you go.
What was? Can you show me again? Yeah, but what did you click here?
We can do a roll call vote to finalize
It's
this
okay, we're here.
motion.
She's got me here. I just want to know how she got me here. What did you push here?
Okay. The motion carries all ayes.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
And we are skipping on the item E. We're going to go to, where are we going? Fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25 operating budget adjustments. May we have a staff report, please, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin Biersack, your Financial Services Director, will present this item. Many of these items on here you've seen before. We discussed at the time they came up, and many were included in your budget adjustments that were done last November. There are a few things that have come up since then that we're including, and some pulling everything together and summarizing so that you can see the effect on our bottom line of all of this. So Kevin will go over everything with you, and then we're recommending that these adjustments be authorized.
Hold on. I know. I probably don't.
And I am here. I did not exit the building. So, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Staff, a different flavor because we're talking not just budget adjustments this time, we're talking budget reallocations this year and next year. So some there's a fiscal impact, some there isn't. So we'll get into that. Our standard slide for the listening audience with respect to our biennial budgeting. We do biennial budgeting here at the City of Cathedral City. We find it to be a good, effective strategy, saves staff time, allows more time for program review and analysis of expenditures, long-term strategic planning forecasting, and depoliticizing the process because we do them in non-election years. So, as I started out, we're looking at a budget reallocation, which there is no fiscal impact. And then we're looking at budget adjustments with a fiscal impact on a go-forward basis for next year and ongoing. So as we all know, August of 2023, Tropical Storm Hillary. Well, what appeared to be that there was going to be a significant impact with respect to debris removal. And when Public Works and Engineering went out for an RFP and had 10 or 11 organizations respond, firms respond, and we came back with what was thought was going to be needed, we have unutilized budget that you previously approved. So in the end, if you look at the bottom line, we had a bid of about $4.5 million. We completed it at almost $1.7 million. So from that contract, we have about $2.8 million left. So we have extra budget authorization, for lack of a better term. Questions, answers, please, as we go along. So
I do have a question, and it might not just affect this, but understanding how other contracts work. So we had a contract with them for the $4 million something. How did we get them to agree to take less?
because it was time and materials, it was based on the
time and
effort.
materials. Okay,
So
thank
what
you.
was originally thought was 150,000 plus a 15% contingency with respect to the debris and the mud came in much less.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw the contract, so I just didn't know that. Thank you.
So here's a summary of what we're going to talk about in pieces parts to make the whole. So starting with that 2.8 million that was on the previous slide, then looking at one-time costs, and we'll talk about that in detail, recurring costs on an ongoing basis, and we'll talk about that. So that ties back to the budget reallocation. So budget reallocation, with that 2.8 million, we're looking at just reallocating about 1.6 of that. And then in the end, assuming all is good, and we'll see this on the end slide when we tie back to what we believe, what in financial services, what we believe our end game is going to be for projection for this year with respect to revenues and expenditures. We'll be returning, tied to this piece, it looks like about 1.2 million to fund balance. So let's talk about the recurring costs with respect to the budget reallocation. First time up with respect to budgeting ambulance operators. So in the end, when you tie back to what we budgeted for overtime for the fire department, what we budgeted in the last 2-year cycle versus what we budgeted in this 2-year cycle, we didn't increase it, we didn't decrease it, it was the same. And overtime is pretty much tied to 2 of the divisions in the fire department, in fire suppression and in emergency services or ambulance operations, however you like to call it. So in the end, with respect to having a better handle now, falling on our sword, we know that from a future standpoint, the number looks like it's about $250,000 in this year's dollars. So obviously, as time goes on.
So how much was budgeted before? You're adding 250,000.
So in the ambulance operations, in the ambulance emergency services, 650,000. So we would be increasing that to 900,000. So you're looking at about 28%. Overall, when you look at the overall fire department at the 1.577 that we had budgeted, when you add in that $250,000 because of suppression and ambulance operations or emergency services and paramedic, it's about 14%. Because that 1.577 becomes 1.827 when you add in the 250,000. So depending upon how you slice it, it's 14% or 28%, depending upon how you look at it.
So the 28% is caused by?
The 28% is going from 650
I got
to
it.
900.
So what caused them to burn more overtime?
Not budgeting effectively for
Yeah,
it.
let me answer that one. They're not,
In the name of transparency, I know it's been told.
yeah, no, it needs to be on the record. This was the first time that we had positions that were in FLSA 40-hour per week that are actually working the 56-hour per week schedule, which has turned out to be a good thing. They're on the crew with the paramedics and the firefighters. They're all part of the team together. And actually, we compensated for it in setting the schedule, the salary schedule for ambulance operators, so that the 16 roughly dollar per hour base, when you add the 16 hours per week of overtime, comes out to be an effective rate of about $24 per hour, which is, what we're shooting for on that. So it's worked out well. There hasn't been more overtime than we thought. It was just the first time that it was calculated that way, and we just didn't get it right.
And the only other way to do it, it sounds like it would be far less than ideal, because if you worked up 40-hour weeks, then they would have different supervision and shifts than the teams that they're working with, which is very problematic.
And we'd have to have a lot
And
more of
I was
them.
going to say, and then you'd end up hiring a lot more of them anyways.
Which then you have medical benefits and things for that many more
Okay.
employees.
I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as to what that was, and that any alternative was likely to be much more costly and affect the operation very negatively.
That's correct.
So we've included that in our budget tips for the future with respect to, we know that at today's dollars, it would be a $250K then plus amount that we need to budget for above and beyond our existing overtime. The next item is homeless camp cleanup. When you look at that with respect to the trajectory that we are experiencing this year and experienced last year, because this last year and a half plus, year and 9 months, we see what we have with respect to increases. We originally budgeted $130,000, and so this would bring us up to, this $70,000 increase would bring us up to $200,000. And when you look at the first 9 months, we're at $150K or thereabouts plus. So when you factor in another 3 months, that's where we tie back to $200,000 for this year and ongoing.
Mayor, if I may. So this has been an area of concern, going back many, many years, because it's grown very sharply. And it's one of those catch-22s, because we don't want to have unhealthy, unsanitary, homeless encampments here around Cathedral City. But it's also problematic because there's a feeling by some of us that it's not generally well supervised, in the sense that these cleanups often occur over and over and over again in the same location, and they're usually identified by the homeless officers in the police department. Bless them for doing that, and they actually oversee the operation to a certain degree because of the security of the contractor that we use. But there's very little energy that I've ever seen put into any thinking about why these encampments keep going up in the same location. Is there something that can be done so that we aren't having the encampments in the same location? Are some encampments in some locations less problematic, so we don't need to clean them up every 2 weeks because they aren't really causing a problem? Maybe they all are, but no, but they locate encampments, they do the necessary posting, they schedule the crew, they come out and they clean it up. The bill gets presented, the bill gets paid, and then we go right back around in this vicious cycle. So while I'm certainly not going to say we need to stop cleaning up homeless encampments, and if this is where we're at right now, this is where we're at, I'm not really satisfied with continuing to increase this amount. I'd like to request that we have a study session on this particular issue, homeless camp cleanups, that we look back 5 years or so as to what has happened, that we look at our process, and that there be some brainstorming, whether by, hopefully not by us, but we can, if we're the brainstormers of last resort, but hopefully by staff. My understanding from the city manager, there is a committee that is now looking at homelessness, so maybe they could have a little time to work on this and come back, because it seems, I would rather, and I bet my peers would rather, take this $70,000 and put it towards another homeless officer, or towards the CVRM, or towards something else, and even more of the 130 that we had already, if we could figure out a way to not be in this vicious cycle that we're in of cleaning up the same encampment over and over and over again in the same location. So I'm not proposing to hold this up here, but I would be interested to hear from my colleagues or from the city manager whether he thinks that's reasonable to do, and so that we can kind of try to make sure we at least are on the same page and hopefully get a grasp on this kind of growing issue. Thank you.
And I would just say it's definitely something we can do. It's a matter of going back at the records. We're coding these expenses in the financial system so we can show what has been done, historically and currently. And I'm glad you brought up the homelessness task force, because we're meeting monthly, and it's a cross-departmental group. And one of our objectives is to try to look at structural things, as opposed to just doing the same things over and over. So we're looking at things like the design of our bathrooms in facilities, and are there things there that are causing the repeat problems that we have. And actually we took some lessons from that in the design of the new facility for Dream Homes Park, to make sure that we weren't recreating problems that we'd experienced other places. So I do think that it's something maybe towards the end of the summer or something, that we could put together that data and bring that to you. And I share the same frustration. There are certain places that are repeat customers, and then there are a bunch of new ones from time to time. So it's not all just the same things over and over.
No, I totally agree. Like the hot spots are under bridges where we can't put up fences, we can't keep them from out of there. And I've witnessed myself, within 3 days, there's a huge encampment there. How it happened so quickly, it's unbelievable. Then, of course, the cleanups are every Thursday or every other Thursday, something like that.
And you're saying you can't put fences, but some of those places, they're easy, very easy access. And there are some things you could do to make them harder to get down into, whether it's build a fence or a huge pile of rocks, or not in the bed, but. Or maybe there isn't. But what I'm saying is, I don't really see where anybody has said at any of these bridges, well, we looked at this, we looked at this, we looked at this, this is cost prohibitive, we did this could just, hey, we could actually just put a big iron fence that just comes over the guardrail, so far out, and would make it, maybe somebody could still jump down there, but it'd make it difficult for them to be dragging their shopping carts and their whatever they're using. That's what I haven't seen done, and I just don't see this. It's like we just keep turning the faucet on more. It's growing, and so instead of trying to see what we can do here, we just keep turning the faucet on more. Maybe that is the only answer, but I would think that we could try to do something that we're still going to need to put money into it and do it, but for some of these at least, Even CBAG is doing their top 200 or what they do for the homelessness, because they realize you can't address all of it, but if you could really hit the repeat ones. So if we did the same thing on our cleanup sites and say, look, we're not going to prevent all, because and there is some argument to say, well, you make one difficult, they're going to move somewhere else. Okay, maybe it'll be in Palm Springs or another city, but but you still need to address these ones. It's ones that frustrate me, where you see that they're over and over and over.
Well, it's definitely worth looking into, but it's a cost of doing business now. I think in any city, in the House 200, they're a different type of unhoused people than what we're experiencing in these encampments. They don't want to be housed. They want to live out on the streets. Behind
I'm just saying you're hitting the low-hanging fruit, and we're not doing that on these encampments.
Like, well, no, I totally agree with you, Councilmember Gregory. Any attention we can give to it to improve the encampments, clean up, yeah, I'm all for it. It's just kind of disheartening because I've been on the council like you have, and nothing ever changes. And I think Cathedral City's doing really, really well at it, but it's time consuming and expensive. When gas goes up and labor goes up, our costs go up for homeless. So, I would like to sit in on one of the homeless committee meetings and listen to see if we can come up with some great ideas, but I do understand.
So I just recently had this conversation with our city manager, so it seems like
Speaking to Mike.
it seems like it's timely. I don't want to assume what we know. I'd like to look at it with fresh eyes and say, why this location? And is it that location that could somehow be altered? Do we need to have a short-term contract with CVRM to come in and do what we used to call the behavioral health and spend a day talking to people, seeing if they can't encourage them to come to a warm location with 3 solids every day? Am I naive? Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know because I don't know what we really have. We had a behavioral specialist. Do we have paperwork from when they were here? Did they give us analysis of what they saw on a daily or weekly basis so we can say, oh, this has changed. Something's evolved. This has changed. Is there a way we can get it back to where it was? Or I'm not Pollyanna to think we will ever get rid of this solution. This problem, but that doesn't mean we can't tweak it. That doesn't mean that we can't encourage people to perhaps be in the less destructive areas. So as much information as you can bring forward from both when we had the behavioral specialist to what we have now, and do our people, like Councilmember Gregory said, are they cleaning up the same camps over and over and over and over? Because that's just a financial problem. That's just a financial problem. We can take care of that.
Tied to that last comment that you all share in common, one of the things we're going to be able to do is pull out of our financial system and tie back to and then chart those trends with respect to those locations. So we're going to do that for the last 3 fiscal years to include this year that is not completed. Keep in mind some of the things that as we've gotten smarter with the financial system, we've created project codes where if they were appropriately identified, rather than having to go through the forest, they're attached to that project. So for those invoices that we have that are attached to that project, we will chart that. So that will be information we'll be able to share with you.
Chief Crum, do we have any kind of a log of where these habitual encampments come in? Do we have that information?
Yes, absolutely. So
Okay.
we put that out every month, and our Commander Enos provides that report monthly.
Okay. I've seen it, yeah.
On the number of cleanups, we don't put the location.
Not the
on it.
location, that's, I think, what Councilmember
But we
Gregory
do
would like to see.
know the locations.
And in the invoicing, we have those in the scanned invoices. So we'll be able to pull that from the scanned invoices and track that and compare.
Yeah, on the demand register, we see homeless cleanup, but it's from talking to police officers that they will tell you that many of them are the same location over and over. And as you said, they know it's going to get cleaned up and they're ready and they pop the thing back up. And maybe there is no solution, but I don't see where, and I'm not saying it's a police officer's job to do that. They're doing what they're supposed to do, but somebody should be, with some smarts, should be looking at that location and saying,
What can we do?
what can we do? And I know I had heard some frustration from the homeless officers. It's been some time since I spoke with them, that they said, well, they tell us, oh, there's nothing to do because it's privately owned or it's owned by the water district. And I think for the amount of money we're talking about, there needs to be some conversations then and saying, hey, water district, this is a problem. And we see that this may be a solution. And if they say, well, we can't pay for it, maybe there's a way for us to help pay for it. And same thing with the private property owner, either use the hammer or use the carrot, but somehow get them to do what they need to do, because otherwise we just keep spending money doing the same thing over and over again.
The definition of insanity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to the next topic. Citywide meetings. Generically, call it employee appreciation, volunteer appreciation, different types of group meetings, or things with respect to human resources
So you
with
skipped one, are you
recognition.
going to go back to the arts?
Oh, I'm sorry, my eyes went down. I'll go back up to art. So art, this ties back to the assistant city manager came to you all recently with respect to 30,000, 20,000, 10,000. This also goes back to the development impact fee study, and there were some items that were not included in that fee study that in art and public places is one of them. And there are 5 different fees that we're actually going out and we're going to be studying with a vendor to tie back to what those should look like. But we can tell you right off the bat, and we've had this discussion with you all before, and that is anything with an R word like repair, like improvement that isn't like building something. Any of those kinds of words, maintenance, even though that doesn't have an R in it, those kinds of things really aren't tied to being able to be advisable or to be charged to that kind of a fund or fee. So that we're pulling that in and we're including that now in our general fund with respect to part of our culture and recreation, because art is part of culture, and the way that we promote have to define that and separate that in our annual financial statement. So that $60,000, pulling that out from what used to be part of the development impact fee fund, fund number 235, will now be part of the general fund. And so that's what that composition of that 60,000 is. Will we actually spend 60,000 this year? Probably not. We're probably looking at the 30 to 35K amount with respect to overall maintenance type things. But that, and so that we're not talking new art, we're talking maintenance, we're talking education, we're talking training, whatever. Sometimes we have legal fees, which is part of maintenance fees. So that's what that 60,000 is that came to you, that the assistant city manager brought to you.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, so no question on the 60,000, but there is a question on the why you're putting it in for this year, because there's only a couple of months left. So what I hear your explanation is, that although we had planned this year to spend that out of the Parks and Public Place Fund, you think it's advisable to instead, and some of those repairs and refinishings and things have no doubt already occurred this fiscal year, so you're going to go back and change those to come out of the general fund.
We have to.
You have to. But we spent other monies, probably not a lot, but some other monies for events that are even less clear that they should have been out of the Arts and Public Places Fund. Are you proposing to go back and change those too?
The development impact fee study that we brought to you in September, October, and was approved, and that became effective January 1st from an accounting standpoint with respect to this year's fiscal year financial statements. That fund, 235, the development impact fee fund, is being dissolved because that occurred this fiscal year. So any activity that happened in that fund, and we will be coming to you on May 22nd, it's on the future agenda items, and we'll be showing you with respect to the work that we've done to take those dollars and move those over to the new funds. And in this case, with that fund being dissolved, it has to go somewhere. And this also goes back to the dialogue of those repair kinds of things or those education types of things that aren't really part of what can be charged as a result of that impact fee for the capital items has to go somewhere. So that is going to come into the general fund this year because
We already,
Kevin, can I
already
add
agreed
to
do
it?
that. You're just kind of making a circle. You're not
Yeah.
really answering my
sorry.
question.
Let me answer your question. So I think what I would agree is that it would also make sense to move I think there was only one additional expenditure, and that was for the Old Gays event. That was of an educational purpose. So
That's the one I had in my mind, right?
yeah. So what my recommendation would be that in addition to the maintenance fees that we would move into the general fund this year, that we would also move that one expenditure. The other expenditures or planned expenditures for public art, of them having a small budget like the PACE Commission does, and having a grants program. We will not implement those activities in 23-24. Won't implement them until next year. So we will not have any expenditures that tie to that in this fiscal year. So I would, I think, support that kind of observation, the recommendation that for all of the fees that were a little bit questionable, that we would make that move to put them all into the general fund this year, and then just next year going forward, we'll have the $60,000.
And that makes a lot of sense. And the real question here is, you put 60,000 in here when you're going to do 60,000, and you know you're not going to spend 60,000. Is that kind of sloppy budgeting? I don't know. So we're trying to figure out, well, like I said, the answer I got back was, well, we realize that it's always been questionable to have those expenses. So since we've already made this decision, this is the way to go, that we're going to go ahead and cover this year's maintenance expenses. So that's why we need the budget in here. But then that's my question is, oh, well, the other part of that was, it was also questionable to have the education piece in there. So if we're going to fix the one, why would we not fix the other? So we have a nice clean year to start, either continue dirty till next year and then have a clean year from then on. But we've decided, now that we've been enlightened, let's make this a clean year. Well, then let's do everything there.
I'm sorry, it was the 30-20-10, which I think one of those was the education.
Yeah, but since we're looking at making that transition this year, I'll work with Kevin to just make sure those other, like I said, it was only, I think, one other expenditure that we made this year. And if there was anything else, it was really nominal.
That would be my recommendation. Yeah, if we're gonna go back because we made a new policy, then let's, instead of just fixing part of it, let's fix the whole thing.
Any expenditures will move over that were incurred for this fiscal year, and then the corresponding budget, because we had a budgeted amount, will move as well.
So it seems like over many years, they have not spent as much maintenance as we have allocated. That, there was some art cleanup, but I mean, it never was a big deal. So I always saw that was also part of the art monies that move forward for larger expenditures, like wanting to do something at the Vistachino. I always get it backwards. Is it Vistachino or Landau?
Landau and Ramon.
The Landau Bridge. So if we start, pulling that excess money out, then who pays for the art?
So the Art in Public Places Fund is going to be the fund that always pays for the art. So and I don't know the exact number, but there's, say, roughly $300,000 available in that fund for art acquisition. And so the bench project that we talked about earlier will be paid for out of that restricted fund. The art piece that you just discussed, that will be out of that fund. The art piece for the for the Dream Homes Park will come out of the Art in Public Places Fund. What won't come out of the Art in Public Places Fund moving forward will be the maintenance costs for our maintenance pieces. So the cleanup efforts that Public Works does every year to go and wash the pieces, or we had to make a repair to La Guerrero because the guitar strings were broken, or things like that. Those will now come out of the new general fund account.
So I understand that. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. Do we spend more than $60,000 a year to clean the art every year?
We have not.
No.
I don't think we have either. So really, we're taking some money that could be in arts development for future projects. Why would we put that back in general fund?
So the $60,000 on this slide that says park for maintenance, it's actually inclusive of three things. It's $40,000 for maintenance, $20,000 for a grant program, and $10,000 for the PAC, just their general budget. So that's $60,000 that's on that slide is inclusive of those three items.
I understand, but now that will no longer be in their purview to use.
It will be in the general fund.
It'll be in the general fund.
It will not be in the Art and Public Places Fund.
And it will be saved privately for them? I mean, is that what you're suggesting? You're going to have a separate account or a separate?
It'll be a budget just like PACE or any other line item for
PACE
the
has
staff.
a little tiny budget.
But it will
not.
it will not roll over from year to year. It
Correct.
will be an amount. General fund does not roll over from year to year unless there's a special circumstance that is approved by the governing body. But normal general fund expires at the end of the year. Sometimes you'll hear the term use it or lose it, because sometimes people will try to tie back to making sure that they utilize their allocation in a given fiscal year. But this 30,000, 20,000, and 10,000 are just budgeted amounts. That 60,000 will now be budgeted out of the general fund.
But that,
And Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Lamb brought this up at the time. Moving those non-art expenses over to the general fund results in more money being available for the purchase of art, because you're not spending art fund money on those questionable expenses. We're spending general fund money on those. So the result is there's more money in the arts fund for the purchase of art.
I think it could go either way, but I think for this year, that would be okay. I mean, I think there's times that wouldn't ferret out.
It will always mean more money in the arts fund, because you won't be spending money out of the arts fund for maintenance, for education, and for the commission to have a budget. Those will be coming out of the general fund.
Yeah, but that's assuming that you're going to spend a significant amount in those three areas. And we may not. We may not approve it. We may not say that that's.
But you'll be spending
cleanup.
zero in those areas. The thing is, you'll be spending zero in those areas out of the arts fund. So that will always mean there's more money in the arts fund for art.
Now, citywide meetings.
See, when
Unless
you
there's
bring
any
up that 60 is 30, 20, and 10, and the 20 is for a grant program that won't occur, and the 60, is not nearly going to, the 30 is not nearly going to get spent. That's why I'm just saying, I don't know why you put $60,000 in this reallocation. And I know what you're saying, it'll just roll off. It'll just roll off at the end of the year.
And I understand your point. It was just because we're going to see it in the next slide.
I see. I'm just saying, in the future, it should probably be a little closer tailored to what it should actually be, you would think, because you're asking us to approve, or you're at least showing that this is reallocating it this year, but it's not going to get used, so. But it is.
Understand.
It is what it is.
Citywide meetings, traditionally we've budgeted $16,000 in the past. That is included primarily for employee appreciation events, volunteer appreciation type events. But one of the things that's happened more recently is including team building events. And so as a result of that, with respect to that kind of cost, we need a placeholder for that. We need to put that somewhere. So with respect to that, rather than just absorb that in somewhere else, we've identified it as part of citywide meetings.
What is the difference between team building and the monthly allotment that each director gets to, buy up pizza parties and have different things going on that we can see in the budget, not budget, but the allocation every 4 weeks?
Team building can take on that would be an example of team building on a small scale, for example, for that kind of an event. But then from a larger scale standpoint is potentially utilizing the services of a vendor to come in and do a team building event, or to go outside and do something on a larger scale, like has been done, for example, with the management group.
Like what?
Like, within the past month, we had a team building event where the management group went outside and went to another location here in our city, and we had a day-long team building event where we paid a vendor, but also paid for the cost of that site where it was hosted.
What's something like that cost?
Anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000, depending upon the scale. So that is the point, that when you add all of these up, that comes to $396,000. One-time costs from a reallocation standpoint. We had a long-term employee with a final leave balance that was significant. Increase in professional services costs with respect to development services tied to plan check and/or inspections. So that's what those two elements are, that $500,000 and the $75,000. And then the one thing that we try to do to keep ahead of the game with respect to our unfunded actuarial liability with PERS is for our Tier 2 and our Tier 3, our PEPRA folks, is to try to be able to send monies off to PERS to keep us in a good funded position or a healthy funded position. So when you look at the one-time costs, that's about just under $1.3 million. And to further expand upon with respect to the PERS unfunded actuarial liability for those 5 groups of people, and no, this is not a typo, this is as of June 30th of 2022, because that's the way it works with respect to PERS and a year in arrears. When you get your report in August of 2023, it's not as of June of 2023, it's as of 14 months before in June of 2022. So that $687,000 that you see right there, that will help get us above and beyond the funded ratio that we currently showed at 2022. And June 30th of 2022 in the far right column, those are the funded ratios for the 5 plans, the 2 Tier 2 and the 3 PEPPER plans. The employee count, that ties back to, you've heard that from whether it's the city manager, the assistant city manager, or myself, with respect to the trajectory with respect to our hiring. With respect to our hiring, and since PEPPER went into effect January 1st of 2013, for example, we have now 165 members as of June 30th, 2022. We have more today. Keep in mind, that's 165. We can't forget about the old dogs like myself that are classics, that we're Tier 1, because yes, today on our books, at the start of this, we only had about 40, and we've had about 10 of those leave our employment and retire. So we're down around 30, but let's not forget, we have all those retirees out there. So we're at about 200 with respect to the classics, and we're at this 165 and growing with respect to the non-classics, or the Tier 1 people. Any questions on this slide? So then when we move it, this is the fiscal impact on a go-forward basis. So what we've been talking about so far is the budget reallocation. So for the fiscal impact on a go-forward basis, it's the same $396,000, because we know of what happened with respect to our estimates or lack thereof on the ambulance operator overtime, the homeless camp cleanup we've discussed, the art and public places cost, the 30-20-10 on a go-forward basis, separate from the discussion for this year, and then the citywide meetings. So that gets us on a go-forward basis a fiscal impact next year and beyond of the $396,000.
So just so we have the same figures everywhere, we didn't ask you on the citywide meetings what the budget was already, and it's going up
16 plus 16 now, sir.
Okay,
So it would
so
go
it'll be
16 to 32.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, I meant to show that.
Well, and I meant to ask. Thank you.
Then further on, previously approved, what you all have seen, and this has especially come about mostly since Tropical Storm Hillary, is we've had a few additions that you've approved for next year. And that is the dream homes, the general fund amount that because of the grant from the state, and then from the environmental fund and other opportunities, we're going to be able to leverage some dollars, but we have just shy of $2.5 million with respect to dream homes in the park. So based on our spend ratio this year, we're spending everything against the grant, and we still will not spend all those dollars in the grant. So that's why, even though you approved this earlier this year, we knew that we would not be using this budget until next fiscal year, come July 1st forward. Then also there was this minor item of the Date Palm design. There was a small portion of that that was funded through the general fund at $43,000. That's the I-10 to Varner Road Date Palm design. But separate from that, we had a reduction that when we came to you in November, we took out the $375,000 that had previously been earmarked that would come from the general fund for the Varner Road design, and we're actually funding that Varner Road design, which I think came in at like $592,000 is the plan for that. It was originally forecasted to be $750,000. That will all be coming out of the Capital Improvement Project Fund and there will be no general fund impact for that. So that's why we're reducing that. So we know for this previously approved amount, this 2.1 million in change has to be added in. And you'll see this when we get to the end slide. You'll see these numbers come together in summary form. Potential one-time costs, and these are just a few examples of potential one-time costs. And when the intention will be to come back to you all in the fall timeframe, call it October after we're kind of done with our financials and we're moving on past our audit and we have a handle on what different types of things we have. But we know, for example, we intend to do a mile stretch of Date Palm Drive from I-10 down to 30th. And earmark that at $5 million. It's a swag. It's a best guess estimate at this juncture. But when you compare it to the mile that was done further south, that may be a good number. Given that, we probably we anticipate what we did this year with respect to OPEB. We're probably going to need to come back to you and tie back to that, and so we're presenting it now with respect to that we probably won't be funding OPEB next year. And some of this ties back to what we talked about on the previous slide with respect to PERS, and there is a sense of urgency to fund OPEB, but is the sense of urgency to fund OPEB like we were initially, because now that we're seeing that trajectory of new employees and what we've done with the different plans out there, you see the curve from an OPEB standpoint that as it continues to increase, we see in the out years where it goes down because of the fact that those 200 classic employees in time, none of us get a hall pass. We do move on to greener pastures. And so that 200 number will decrease over time. So in the end, the potential one-time cost for the next year's budget is $2.6 million. So here we are at a slide that you're familiar with, and we're looking at where we ended last year and our projection for this year and what we anticipate a projection to be next year. And some of these numbers that we've highlighted in color, green, yellow, and peach, refer to previous slides. So we ended the year, bottom line, at $39 million in our savings account. 58% of our budgeted expenditures. A good, very good number with respect to a percentage, because keep in mind, our current fund balance policy is to have a minimum of 33% with a target of 50%. So we exceeded that target in the year that we just finished. Then as a result of this year's events, primarily the tropical storm, plus a few other items, we had a budget that we had planned at $69 million in change. With the budget adjustments that have been approved to date, we're at almost $73 million. But this projection column, the second column, is our best guess estimate at projection with respect to expenditures. We think we're going to come in at about $71 million in expenditures, plus that tropical storm Hillary. So right now we're looking at 72.7. And where we're at, we're hoping that we come in less. But right now where we're targeting, when we look at where we're at for the 9-month period at the end of March and we go out, that's the kind of number we're looking at, 70 million plus, and we hope for it to be less. So that surplus or deficit shows almost $9 million as a deficit. But keep in mind, we do have a little bit of a saving grace this year. We have the final big year of ARPA, the $15 million that we received from the federal government that is staged throughout the year based on commitments and obligations. So we will have about, what we thought was about $5 million, it will probably be closer to $5.5 million with respect to the amount attributable to rehiring our public sector staff. Keep in mind, we had 17.5 positions that were either frozen or laid off as a result of COVID. So we get that money back. That's part of our justification for the $15 million. And 10 of that $15 million was attributable to rehiring. Last year, we had that $6 million number that you see for revenue recovery, and this year we're going to have just shy of $4 million. So in the end, we're forecasting that our ending general fund balance will be 35, almost $36 million. And we're hoping for more in the end game. So when you look at that 35, almost $36 million, that still exceeds the 33%. And right now we're right on target to be at the 50%. But then let's look at next year. So next year, with respect to that same 35 million as our beginning fund balance, we're targeting revenues of $64 million plus, base core expenditures of $70,400,000, plus the previously approved one-time that we talked about, and the potential for the one-time to include, like the Date Palm Drive, that mile stretch, the Code Red are a couple of examples. There could be other examples when we come back to you in October. We should have a better inventory of what we think those expenditures are. So in the end, we'll have an operating deficit of 11 million and change based on what's in the final column. We will have about $500,000 left from ARPA, and then that ARPA will be finalized. And just as an FYI, ARPA obligations end December 31st of this year. So we have to have all dollars obligated through the quarterly funding mechanism and reporting that we do with the feds by December 31st of this year. So in the end, we're looking at about a $25 million savings account. So when you look at that $25 million savings account at the end of next year, that leaves us at just above the 33% fund balance reserve policy. As the city manager has said, as we have said before, hallelujah for having a fund balance. Hallelujah for having a savings account, because that's what needs to happen. That's why we did what we did over the years, so that for the rainy day that, how ironic, the rainy day that we had in August and the costs that were incurred. So right now, this is where we stand from a 3-year slice last year, a projection for this year, and a projection for next year.
I'd like to add that this is conservative in one other regard, in that this does not presume any reimbursements from FEMA or Cal OES. For one thing, we're not sure which year they would actually fall into, and at this point, until we're actually approved and everything, we don't think it's wise to include those in the revenue. So that will only improve the picture if and when those things materialize.
Ironically, today we had our weekly FEMA call with our reps from both Cal OES and FEMA, and that topic of reimbursement came up, and the comment we made was, keep in mind, from COVID, we had 6 submissions, and from the January 2020 timeframe to June 30th of 2021, we had 6 tranches of submissions, and we still haven't seen a dollar. We do know that one of those tranches has been obligated to FEMA level, but the other 5 have not yet. So it's a matter of timing. When will we see the money? We expect we'll see the money. And based on, I can share with you, based on the weekly meetings that we have with FEMA, it's really running along pretty smoothly. We're doing submissions for the different types of categories. We did a submission on our parks category last week, and we set the goal today that we'll be doing a submission on the emergency preparedness in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks thereafter we will be doing a submission on the debris removal. So it is moving along. It's just a matter of what is the timing. Is it 2 years out? Is it 3 years out for that funding?
Well, those submissions seem really cut and dry, I mean, easily provable. But what do you do about a road that wasn't pristine, but now is closer to shambles?
So that's a category in and of itself, because we have 8 different roads that fit that mode. And with respect to that, with their original site inspection, they've grouped those into 3 different, we had 8 projects for the 8 roads. They've now grouped them kind of like with like. And that like with like, there is the potential that one of those we may not see anything, but we're fighting for that. And we'll affectionately call those.
Is everything mandatory 100%, or can we say to FEMA at some point, okay, I mean, look at Google Earth, you can see it had 20% damage. We come in at 80.
Spot on. So what is happening, Mayor Pro Tem, is we're providing, through the pavement management plan, through Public Works and Engineering, we're identifying what the PCI index was before, what it is after. What pictures, what did it look like before? Pictures, what did it look like after? And then, oh, by the way, they're also asking, so when was the last time you repaired it? So we're gathering that data, we're providing that data, because exactly on, if there's a category that they're not so sure on, the intention is, and those are called the alligator streets, for lack of a better term. Those, because of the pavement and how rough it is, not that an alligator's rough, but for those alligator streets, the concept is that, you know, can we get something? 50% of something is better than 100% of nothing. And then that goes back to the ratios that we've shared with you before, that for that which is approved and obligated at the FEMA level, because that's where it starts, it has to be obligated at FEMA, then 75% will be FEMA reimbursed, 75% of the remaining 25% will be Cal OES reimbursed at the state level, and then we're only on the hook for 6.25%.
We could do that.
You know what, if we get that on all 8 of those roads, we will be dancing in the streets. And I
Not
don't
too
dance
hard,
that,
though.
I just don't dance that well. You can see how I walk up here sometimes. Dancing isn't my forte, but we will figure it out.
So we got all the way down, I think, to the end, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we start off with a $2.88 million that's was allocated for debris removal that we're not going to use, or not going to use for that purpose. So that's good. But that started off being 4.1 million or so.
4.5 plus other vendors.
4.5 plus, and that came from somewhere and where that somewhere was a bunch of road projects, if I'm not mistaken.
The 4.5 million was just for the debris cleanup, and that was.
Yes, but the funding, not the funding for that didn't just show up. We had to make budget decisions.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
And the budget decisions we made were, refresh my memory, were they not a bunch of road projects?
But for those, most of those road projects, we did identify alternative funding
So
sources.
we're going to get to that. I'm just asking the question. So
The biggest piece of that, though, actually came from not making the OPEB payment and the additional.
well, that's why I'm asking to refresh my memory, because I remember the road projects, but it seems like there was more.
5 million came from those two.
2.2 and 2.2.
Yeah, 4.4 came from that. Most of the road changes were reallocating it between capital projects.
All right, so that's my next question. So
what
we
came out of the
reallocated a bunch of road projects. They didn't disappear, but we put them out in future years or found other ways to pay for them. So my question is, did any of that change through this process? Are those still on the same schedule that we reallocated them for?
We have not changed any of those from the allocation in November.
Okay.
So when we came to you in November.
And I wouldn't anticipate you would, but I hope our thinking is if we took money off of a bunch of road projects and we figured out how to defer them but not make them go away, they're still on the schedule, that if somehow we had money left over, that maybe we would look first at those road projects. But what I'm hearing is we were comfortable with how we were going to defer them, and we haven't changed that. So we haven't made that worse.
We have not made that worse.
Okay. So then we have, what gives me comfort in all of this is at the very end of this, you have a much needed road project, which we're not necessarily voting on right now, but that's what the plan is right now. So to me, at least those dollars, which half of them, it sounds like approximately, were from road projects, which are still going to get done in another way or at another time. At least that money is going to flow back into a road project at the end.
Yep.
And I know that some of my peers, especially the one at the other end, he likes to make sure that we're not taking money away from road projects in the aggregate, because he knows we have so many to do, but that staff is keeping conscious of that and trying to make sure that when we do have the funding available, that we turn that into road projects. So that's kind of, you see my thinking here, where I feel like, well, we had to defer road projects and then some of this money, we have other things going on. But at the end, we're looking at another good-sized road project.
Yes, and we are, and based on a strategic plan goal that came not out of this January, but the previous January, we're managing those through the Capital Improvement Projects Fund, and then identifying that which gets infused from other funds that are special revenue funds. For example, Measure A or SB1, the 12-cent gallon tax. So we haven't lost sight of any of those projects. They're still in our plan, and they're not going away.
And the bottom line, actually, for people, and it's important for the public to know this, assuming that we go ahead and do the budget for next year to do the Date Palm Drive project, the bottom line is there's going to be $5 million more from the general fund going into roads than was planned prior to all of this.
Right. With some deferrals and other adjustments, but right, yes. Of general fund. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Not for me.
You're good?
What we're voting on tonight are really the reoccurring
The-
adjustments for next year. The rest of the-
On a go-forward basis. So it's really the fiscal impact. But we did want to share with you the reallocations just because we wanted to be able to share of the things that we knew of that were running over.
I know, I personally appreciate that because we need to see the big picture, and we like to be able to lay it out for the public so that there is ultimate transparency, and although it may be a little convoluted, that it's all laid out there and they can see how it was all planned.
So the plan will be to come back in October, probably not at the same meeting, back-to-back meetings. We'll come back with where, based on our year-end audit in September, where we land with respect to the financials that we're preparing in October, but we're pretty close, as you know. We always say, we give you the caveat, this is where we're at today, but based on the auditors, there could be some minor changes, but we're pretty much there. And then we'll probably follow that up with the slide when we talked about the potential things that we know about. We'll bring those back to you with respect to, these are the kinds of things that we've captured that we know are things that are in the list, and look at potential improvements. And hopefully, like we said before, this middle column, where we're at with the 50% and where we're at with the almost $3.5 million deficit, hopefully we have a win and we come in at less than that. That's the goal. Belt tightening, that's what we're doing.
Did you want to speak? You good? We're all good? Okay, then we're just going to pass over public comments, and we're ready for a motion.
Oops.
I think somebody already, I think you're going to vote on it.
I'm going to go ahead and, do we want to have Councilmember Lamb be the mover since she started?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to clear. Hold on just a minute. I can. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lamb and a second by Councilmember Gregory. The motion carries all ayes.
Okay. It's been a pretty long haul. Does anybody want to take a break or just keep right on going?
Going.
Keep on going.
We're almost done.
We just have one more item, Mayor. And,
I see that. I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing it.
And actually, this one should be fairly brief because you saw an in-depth presentation on this in study session just a couple of weeks ago. So I'm going to ask Kevin to give you the abridged version.
You're awesome. Thank you.
And we're seeking authorization through a resolution to go ahead with the bond refunding with the fail-safe, as we've discussed before, that if interest rates rise to where we don't achieve the 5%, then we'll call the whole thing off. Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
sir.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. We can go to the end and we can just call it a day if you'd like, because that would be really the abridged version. But this is the tax allocation bond refunding.
Don't tease us, okay?
But this is the tax allocation bond refunding that you saw back on the 27th of March in a study session. Our map of our redevelopment area and why we have so much that does go to other agencies with respect to all of our tax allocation bonds out there. The bond debt. You saw this slide last go around. We're looking at the 2014 A and B. One thing that going back to bond council and the financial folks, I believe it was Councilmember Gregory asked the question, could there be any potential for future refunding? And the answer to that is in 2029, we could potentially target at 2030, the 3 at the bottom. Note there would be 6 years, 3 years, and 2 years left. But that would be our last go around. So in 2029, we have that on our to-do list to investigate that if it would make sense. So these are the bond series that are available for refunding at this time. Those were the original issue amounts, outstanding amounts that we're looking at doing with a coupon rate of 5%. This slide has been updated to include at the time of submitting the staff report on April the 9th. So the unfortunate thing is, if you believe in rolling the beads, roll them, because interest rates have ticked up a little bit with the stock market and what has happened with it having gone down with the 6 or 7 days in a row that it was down. We've had a couple up days, but we're looking at an overall between the two at a net savings of 6.58, and this was at the 6.9 range when we briefed you a month ago. So it has gone down a little bit. Likewise here, with respect to the basis points, to get to that, when the city manager made mention, would we get to the point where we have to make a decision if it gets too tight to either put it on hold or say no? And on the slide here before, on the far right column, it was 40 basis points, and now we're at 33 on the 9th. We got an update from bond council yesterday and the financials, and that number is now at 24 basis points. So like I said, roll the beads if you believe in that kind of thing. But to make sure that we achieve the 5%, that's why we have the net percent savings of refunded bonds. So we will have to be monitoring this as time goes on. This is what the savings look like. There's a new piece of information on this slide, and this goes back to, when you've heard from us before with respect to the concept that as these bonds get defeased, there will be more monies come to the general fund. That's the fourth bullet off to the right. The city's share would have incremental growth that 16% that we see today should grow to about 23% in the next 10 years.
We take that.
We'll take that 7%. That's a win to the general fund. So that's that incremental growth, but then this ties back to what the savings would be just from this if we're there. These numbers were based on the 9th of April. These are the milestones. March 27th, we had tonight, we are here, and the impetus with respect to tonight is we have an agenda deadline tomorrow with the county for the oversight board meeting that will be on May the 16th. Assuming, and we just had dialogue with them today, they were looking for reconfirmation, and it was, yes, dependent upon your all's approval tonight, we will get that information to them tomorrow. And then immediately the next day, their submission will be submitted to the Department of Finance. But it all ties back to, with these dates, what's going to happen in the marketplace.
Tesla's coming out with cheap cars, baby. It's going to go up.
Fingers crossed. Ties back to with all the supporting documentations with an issuance of the refunding of the bonds not to exceed $35 million, and that includes all the costs. And attached to the staff report were the documents and their form of what was prepared over the last 3 weeks since we met with you on the 27th of March. And it meets our goal C, which most of what, when we come to you from financial services, is fiscal stability and sustainability, and our objective. Questions? That was the Reader's Digest version.
Thank you. Council? Councilor Gregory? No?
No, and actually, I like the table that only included the ones that we were looking to refund. I thought was simpler than what was in the last one, so it was easier to read, so thank you very much. And as long as the safeguards remain in place, you know.
London took notes last time, and she made sure anything that was said got incorporated.
Yeah, that's good.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Gregory?
Yes. I have 25 questions, and I'll reduce them to 0.
0 is the right number.
Thank you, sir, for adding some levity.
Well, before we adjourn, I have some levity to add.
Yeah,
I know, we're not, I mean, adjourning this particular thing. I'm looking over at Stone, sitting in the corner here, his last meeting, and he is sticking it to the end.
Okay, all right. We ready for a motion?
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
We have a motion by Councilmember Gregory and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Motion carries, all ayes.
Okay, let me see here. Any items want to be discussed, brought up for council? Is there anything you'd like to say to Stone?
I was going to say, if you would indulge me 1 minute, I did want to recognize that this is Stone's last meeting. We wish him well. He's going to the city of 29 Palms. They're going to have an excellent city manager. He's been with us for almost 7 years, and we've had a lot of ups and downs in terms of our successes and everything at that time, but I can always say that I never doubted that Stone really cared about our community, and that really meant a lot to me. Thank you, Stone, for all you've done for us. We have a couple of opportunities tomorrow for people to personally meet with him and wish him well, but I didn't want to let tonight go by without acknowledging him.
Absolutely. I'd like to say the same thing, Stone. It's been awesome working with you. Come on up here. Come up here. And we would have had more time, but Kevin kind of ate up a lot of that our evening. Sorry about that. He stole your thunder tonight. But, you know, we traveled to Mexico together. We had some great times, some, you know, hard work, some good experiences. You've done some wonderful jobs for the city, the opportunities that you brought here. You know, we'll never forget. And we're, you know, truly, I for one, I'm going to miss you. You know, it's every time I called you, you picked the phone up, and I think one time you were ready to beat a guy up for me. I'm not sure.
Oh.
You were pretty hot that day. You and John Corella, it was pretty cool. But from the bottom of my heart, I just wish you and your family the best.
Thank you.
And you always got a friend with me here.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
I'm not going to say goodbye because I
Mayor
know
Pro
how to
Tem.
get to 29 Palms.
Yes,
Good.
good.
but
Stone, I remember that I was here sitting as a resident when you were first hired, and I knew you were going to do a great job with our city.
Thank you.
And I wish you the best in 29 Palms.
Thank you very much.
You've done a great job in our city.
I appreciate that.
29 Palms going to look out, and they always say when you have somebody and you're looking at a person for the job, they need to have character, competence, and compassion, and you've got the 3 C's, buddy, so good luck.
Thank you very much.
So, well, yeah, there was ups and downs. I don't know, there's always ups and downs, but you had the kind of job and the many experiences in the short time I've been here where you actually pulled off miracles, many of them smaller, maybe in projects or getting a project over a hump, but I think of the COD Roadrunner as a true miracle. And I had lost faith in that, and you were one of the ones that had not. So thank you so much for that and all the other things that you've done. And 29 Palms is lucky to have you. It looks like you have a high and tight haircut there. I think we're already gone
looking
marine.
pretty marine.
So that's
I've been polishing my shoes.
all right. Good
we'll
job.
We'll have some fun tomorrow, but in the meantime, man, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
anything to say?
If that's okay, and Charlie, yeah, oh Lord, here we go. Everyone get comfortable. You tell your family.
30 seconds.
You'll be real.
Could the clerk please start the timer?
He has a taser. He's going to call Enos to bring the taser up.
Shoot one in the round, up
Yeah.
there. Too long here.
It really has been a pleasure. I mean, just working with the team and serving the council, you guys are great people. And working with Charlie and Ann and Chief, it's just been amazing. This has truly been the most meaningful work I've ever done. And one of the things that I've really tried to approach this with is the commitment, sure, to a career, but the passion that a volunteer brings, that endless supply of energy that a volunteer brings to their passion, right? And that was really what I did here. And it means so much. I'm shocked that I'm actually maintaining my composure right now, but it just, to see where the community has been, to see where we are now, and to see where the community is going, and where you're leading the community, it's amazing. So it's truly been an honor to be here. It truly has been great to serve you, and just thank you so much for the experience and your friendships and your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Stone.
Hey, Ryan, can we get a picture with Stone and council, and then one big family,
Yeah,
everybody
I would
comes
love
up after
that.
that. Let's go down.
Thank you very much.